The first time I saw a man break, it wasn't from bullets, fire, or the claws of something born from the warp. It was silence that killed him. Silence after too many nights of whispers. Silence that pressed down like a weight until his own thoughts became his executioner. In the Imperium, you can survive wounds, starvation, even torture if your body is strong enough. But you cannot survive your own mind turning traitor. Insanity is not weakness here. It is a crime, a mark, a death sentence that spreads faster than infection. Commissars put a bolt through the skull of the broken not out of cruelty, but because madness is more contagious than plague. And if you've ever heard the laughter of something behind the veil, you know why. The Imperium does not forgive weakness, and of all weaknesses that can bloom in the body of a servant, none is feared, hated, or punished with more violence than the crack of the mind that begins with whispers and ends with screams. A soldier can lose an arm and still carry a laser gun. A miner can lose a lung and still dig. A priest can lose his eyes and still preach. But once the mind falters, the body is already a corpse waiting to be claimed by the fire of a bolt round or the cold harvest of an executioner's axe. To go insane within the Imperium is not considered a sickness that demands pity or treatment, but a contagion that spreads quicker than plague, more dangerous than heresy, and more insidious than any xeno-weapon that cuts flesh because it does not cut only one. It cuts all who hear, see, or linger too long in the presence of the broken. The broken are not carried back to rest, nor hidden away in cells, for the Imperium understands a truth that is whispered in every trench, every shrine, every manufactorum and void ship. Madness is a signal, a beacon, an open wound that the warp smells across dimensions. And once one soldier starts to twitch, laugh, or weep without reason, the warp leans closer and the predators within it lick their teeth. Commissars do not shoot the insane because they are cruel tyrants who enjoy the terror of their troops, but because if they do not, the crack in reality will grow wider and wider until entire regiments bleed into hysteria, entire platoons mutiny, and the Emperor's light is extinguished from one more human heart. To the Imperium, sanity is not merely the possession of clear thought, but the only shield between humanity and annihilation. And when that shield fractures, it must be destroyed, no matter how loyal the heart behind the broken mind once was. You can march into battle missing half your body, crawling with maggots, bleeding from a dozen wounds, but you cannot march once your own reflection speaks to you in a voice not yours, for then you are no longer marching. You are being led, pulled, and carried by something that walks beside you unseen, something that smiles with every word you hear in the quiet when no vox is broadcasting. The Imperium has no hospitals for madness, no gentle cure for men whose nights are filled with laughter that is not theirs, because it knows there is no wall, no barrier, no chain that can keep a broken mind from becoming a mouth through which the warp speaks. And when the warp speaks, worlds burn. The first lesson a guardsman learns after crawling from the mud of training into the blood of the front is that insanity is everywhere, waiting, like spores in the air of a hive world, unseen until breathed, unnoticed until the coughing begins, and by then it is already too late. They see it in their sergeants who mutter prayers longer than sanctioned catechisms, in comrades who blink too much at shadows, in priests whose sermons rise into manic laughter that does not end even when their throats are raw. The whisper that madness is not tolerated is carved into them with the same force as bayonet drills, for the Imperium understands that the insane do not fall alone. They drag everyone with them. A man who sees phantoms will scream and fire, and those around him will scream and fire too, until ammunition is wasted, positions are revealed, and the enemy smiles at a regiment that kills itself before the heretics need to lift a blade. A woman who dreams of voices will wake her squad again and again with terror, and sleepless squads die not from battle, but from exhaustion, their eyes wide, their hands trembling when the enemy finally comes. Madness is weakness, but worse than that, it is betrayal, because the mad cannot be trusted with their own loyalty, and the Imperium survives only on loyalty sharper than steel, colder than the void. In the Imperium, a lapse of sanity is not a lapse of health, it is treachery. The Inquisition whispers this truth in its chambers, the commissariat shouts it in execution squares, and every guardsman feels it each time they are told to look into their neighbor's eyes and see whether the gaze is steady, for an unsteady gaze is a mark of doom. Sanity is purity. Insanity is corruption, and the corruption of the mind cannot be cleansed, only removed. There are stories, whispered in the dark between deployments, of regiments where laughter began in the trenches and never stopped. Laughter that spread from soldier to soldier like a plague, until the officers shot half their men just to silence it, only to discover that silence was worse, because silence carried the echo of that laughter even louder. There are stories of ships that return from the void with every crew member alive, their bodies intact, their equipment functional, but their minds shattered. And the Inquisition burned those ships without hesitation, because madness does not die with a bullet. It lingers, seeps, waits, and always seeks another voice to carry it forward. You are taught to fear the laser gun of the heretic, the talon of the alien, the maw of the demon. But in truth, the Imperium fears most the moment when a loyal man forgets himself and speaks words he never knew, because that moment means the warp has already won. The death sentence for insanity is not cruelty. It is mercy. Mercy for the man who no longer knows himself. Mercy for his comrades who will not have to see him twist into something unholy. Mercy for the Imperium that cannot afford even one weak link in a galaxy built entirely on chains. To live in the Imperium is to walk a razor's edge of sanity, and to falter is to fall, and to fall is not only to die, but to carry countless others with you into death. That is why there are no second chances, no asylums, no recovery, only the bolt round, the blade, or the fire. The truth is whispered in Vox transmissions, carved into fortress walls, sung in litanies of war. Sanity is survival. Insanity is death. And in a galaxy where even reality is fragile, no one can afford to let the cracks grow. The Imperium is a vast engine of survival built on obedience, faith, and repetition. And in such a machine there is no room for gears that slip, no room for cogs that grind out of sequence, no room for thoughts that fail to align with the sanctioned rhythm. Madness is not seen as an individual affliction, not seen as a personal tragedy, but as a fault in the machine itself. And faults must be repaired not with balm or patience, but with fire and finality, because a fault in one part can spread to all and collapse the entire edifice. To go mad in the Imperium is not to be pitied, but to be suspected, not to be comforted, but to be punished, because every mind is a gate, and when the lock fails, what comes through is never meant for human eyes. I saw it once in the trenches of Armora Prime, when the rain fell in black sheets and the mud smelled of corpses that had not yet been buried because there was no time and no earth left unsoaked with blood to dig graves. A soldier named Vate began to whisper at night, his voice a rasping thread, repeating names none of us had spoken, names of men from regiments that had never been deployed on our world, names of heroes buried centuries ago, names of saints long erased from the liturgies of the ecclesiarchy. At first we ignored him, thinking it stress or exhaustion, but soon others began to dream of those same names, hearing them sung in their ears while they slept, waking with tears and the taste of iron in their mouths. It spread, as madness always spreads, like mold along damp wood, until half the trench murmured in their sleep, and the other half pressed hands to ears until blood seeped between their fingers. The commissar came at dawn, pulled his bolt pistol free, and executed Vade where he sat. And though we hated him in that moment for his coldness, we realized the whispers stopped that night. Madness is not tolerated because madness does not remain contained. It leaks, it grows, it consumes. You will hear the same lesson repeated aboard void ships, where months stretch into years of silence broken only by the hum of engines and the shudder of reality as it slides across the skin of the warp. There are crews who will not speak of what they have seen, not because it is forbidden, but because to remember is to unravel, and unraveling is death. A shipmaster once said to me, "Steel does not scream when it bends, but men do, and once they start screaming, the steel itself begins to break." This is the truth the Navy understands, that the Astra Militarum enforces, that the Inquisition carves into every proclamation. The mind is the weakest flesh, and once it is wounded, it does not heal. It festers, it spreads, it brings rot into places where rot should never be. Think of the hives, where billions breathe recycled air and never see the sun, where the press of bodies is so suffocating that a scream in one hab can ripple through 100 levels before the Arbites even notice, where paranoia is thicker than incense smoke, and where the only medicine for madness is the maul or the shotgun. An Arbit's officer once remarked that prisons for the mad would overflow within a week if they tried to build them, so they stopped pretending, and now the mad are not confined but culled, their ashes scattered into the recycler furnaces, their names deleted from the registries. To lose the mind in a hive is to be forgotten within the hour, because the hive itself cannot tolerate memories of weakness. It would collapse under the weight of its own ghosts. The Inquisition is the sternest executioner of this law, for it knows the warp hungers not only for flesh, but for the faltering of thought, the twisting of reason, the trembling of hands that once held steady. They speak of the insanity index, though no citizen is allowed to see the full scale, because it measures not merely the breaking of one man, but the risk it poses to entire populations. A psyker whose grip on reality slips is never allowed to recover. They are shackled, gagged and dragged, screaming into the holds of the black ships, their fates sealed long before the Astronomicon ever sees their souls. And even among the sanctioned, the slightest slip, the wrong phrase, the laugh that continues too long, the eye that stares at shadows too intently, is met with cold steel, because the Imperium understands what most do not. The insane see things they should not, and sometimes what they see sees them back. A guardsman who panics can be whipped into discipline. A guardsman who flees can be caught, broken, and returned. But a guardsman who laughs at the sound of demonic whispers cannot be saved, for that laugh is not his. It is the echo of something using his lungs as a bellows, his tongue as a horn. And when one man laughs, soon 2 more will, and then 5, and then the whole trench will shake with a mirthless chorus that draws the enemy like flies to carrion. That is why commissars are so quick, why Arbites are so merciless, why inquisitors burn worlds without pause, because madness is the most dangerous contagion of all, and there is no cure but fire. The ecclesiarchy teaches that the emperor's light shields the soul from corruption, and that those who fall to madness have failed in faith. Perhaps there is truth in that, but many guardsmen whisper otherwise, that no faith, no steel, no fortress can endure the weight of what the Imperium demands men to see, hear, and endure. They whisper that everyone is mad already, only some hide it better, and the ones who fail to hide it are shot. Whether truth or heresy, it makes no difference to the bolt round. It finds the skull all the same. You must understand this truth. The Imperium does not shoot the insane to protect them, nor even to protect those nearby, but to protect reality itself. For reality in the 41st millennium is fragile, a cracked mirror held together only by ritual, faith, and the weight of billions of human wills straining to pretend that the universe is stable. When one mind breaks, a shard falls loose, and the mirror shakes. And if too many shards fall, the mirror itself shatters. And when it shatters, what looks back through the broken glass is never human, never kind, never merciful. That is why insanity is a death sentence in the Imperium, not merely by decree, not merely by tradition, but by necessity. The mad are not executed because they are inconvenient, but because they are invitations. Invitations written in thought and blood and fear. Invitations that the warp will always accept. The Imperium kills its mad because it cannot afford to let them live, and because in a galaxy where the walls between reality and nightmare are already paper thin, one crack can become a wound, and one wound can become a gate. And when the gate opens, there is no closing it again. So remember this, if you ever wonder why the bolt pistol is drawn so quickly, why the axe falls without hesitation, why the flames rise higher than the screams of those consumed. In the Imperium, sanity is survival, and insanity is treachery. There is no middle ground, no compromise, no cure, only the certainty that the mad must be purged before the galaxy itself begins to rot. And that is why, in the Imperium of man, insanity is not an illness. It is a death sentence. The trenches of Krieg are not merely channels dug into earth. They are the graveyards of memory, labyrinths of mud, steel and bone where the living and the dead share the same breath, and where the line between sanity and madness erodes grain by grain until even the strongest resolve begins to dissolve in the mire. The soldiers of Krieg march into them with skull masks concealing their faces, but no mask can conceal the tremor in the voice, the sweat on the palms, or the glimmer of doubt in the eyes that stare too long into the fog. These trenches are not shelters, but coffins that have not yet been sealed, and every man inside knows it, though none dare speak the truth aloud. The whispers begin quietly, always in the still hours after bombardments cease, when the world seems too calm for a battlefield, and the silence stretches like skin pulled taut across a wound. Some claim the whispers are carried on the wind, fragments of dying men's last prayers woven together into a chorus that never ends. Others insist they come from the ground itself, from the corpses buried shallow beneath the mud, their mouths still wet with blood, their words seeping upward into the ears of those who still breathe. But most fear that the whispers are not echoes at all, but invitations, from the warp, from demons, from something older, crueler, hungrier, waiting for just one faltering thought to pry open the door. A man can resist shells, can survive poison, can even endure the loss of limbs and comrades, but he cannot endure a voice that knows his name when none should. A soldier named Marin once told me he awoke to the sound of his mother calling him from the parapet, her tone tender, her words the exact lullabies she used when he was a boy on Krieg, before conscription stole his childhood. He swore he saw her silhouette in the fog, hand outstretched, face hidden. He rose without thinking, laser gun slipping from his grasp, and by the time his comrades stopped him, he was already halfway over the trench wall. They dragged him back, but his laughter did not stop, laughter too shrill, too broken, until the commissar silenced it with a shot through the jaw. His body was burned before dawn, and no one spoke of mothers again for weeks. This is the truth of the trenches. Madness does not appear suddenly like a wound. It creeps like mold, unseen at first, until the rot is everywhere. The first signs are always small, the man who flinches at shadows, the soldier who prays longer than the catechism requires, the recruit whose gaze lingers on empty sky, as if expecting shapes to form within it. Sergeants notice, commissars record, and the guilty are watched until the fracture widens enough to demand a solution. And in Krieg, solutions are final, because hesitation is weakness, and weakness is infection, and infection cannot be permitted to live. The mud itself conspires against the mind, a black ocean that swallows boots and dreams alike, thick with blood and oil, heavy with the stink of decay. Soldiers whisper that the mud remembers, that it is not simply earth but the remains of all those sacrificed before, churned endlessly until it is more human than soil. When you sleep, you dream of sinking into it, of arms pulling you down, of mouths opening beneath the surface to drink you whole. Men wake gagging, lungs filled not with water but with dread, and they cough until their throats bleed, convinced that the mud has already entered them, that they are already drowning. Some do not wake at all, their faces calm, their hands folded, as if the mud claimed them without struggle. The trenches do not permit weakness. They do not permit hesitation. They do not permit the luxury of reflection. Any man who cracks endangers not only himself but the line, and the line must hold, always, no matter how many corpses must be stacked to build it higher. The commissars teach this with the certainty of scripture, their bolt pistols always oiled, their eyes always scanning for the twitch of madness, the smile too wide, the silence too deep. They do not wait for screams. They act at the first fracture, because they know that to delay is to doom 100 men for the sake of sparing one. Yet even in such harshness, the whispers spread, because fear is fertile ground, and exhaustion waters it well. Men who hear them do not confess. They bury the terror, swallow it with rations, drown it in recited catechisms until their throats are raw. But silence breeds silence, and when no one speaks of the whispers, they grow louder, filling the void left by denial, curling into ears until the whole trench shifts uneasily, each man pretending not to hear what all of them hear. There was a regiment once, the 345th Siege Infantry, who fell not to bombardment, not to heretics, not to plague, but to laughter. It began with one man, perhaps delirious, perhaps broken, chuckling at night as if told a joke no one else heard. By the next night, 5 more joined him, their mirth rising above the hiss of lass fire until it infected the trench like wildfire. Within a week, the whole line laughed in chorus, hysterical, relentless, until their voices cracked and their jaws bled. When reinforcements arrived, they found the trenches empty save for echoes, and the commissariat declared the regiment purged by fire before any investigation could begin. To this day, soldiers of Krieg are told never to laugh in the trenches, for laughter invites what silence cannot contain. The paradox of Krieg is this: its soldiers are bred for obedience, trained to accept death without question, sculpted into weapons without identity. Yet even they are not immune to the slow erosion of thought. They will march, they will fire, they will obey orders with mechanical precision, even as shadows claw at their vision and whispers tug at their minds. But when their gaze grows hollow and their prayers slur into nonsense, the commissar intervenes. For obedience without sanity is not loyalty but liability, and Krieg does not tolerate liabilities. The trenches of Krieg are altars to silence, and silence is a blade sharper than any bayonet, slicing thought into fragments, dividing faith from fear until nothing remains but the whisper that you are alone, even surrounded by thousands. The soldiers endure not because they are unbroken, but because they are broken in ways that the Imperium accepts, broken into obedience, broken into silence, broken into the certainty that their deaths are inevitable and therefore already accomplished. But when they break in ways the Imperium cannot use, into madness, into whispers, into hallucinations, their deaths come swiftly, not in battle, but by execution, their names erased, their ashes scattered. This is why the trenches of Krieg are feared even by those born upon them, why the whispers are dreaded more than shells, why silence is the most dangerous enemy of all. The men who survive do so not by strength, but by pretending not to hear, not to see, not to know, until their turn comes, until their own eyes flicker, until the bolt pistol is raised. And in that moment, they understand what every guardsman learns eventually. Death is not the punishment for failure in the trenches of Krieg. Insanity is. The commissar is feared more than the enemy, for the enemy's bullets may miss, but the commissar's gaze never does. And when his eyes fall upon a soldier trembling at shadows, or whispering too long in prayer, the weight of judgment is already decided. To many, they are but tyrants, executioners who silence the weak with bolt rounds, icons of fear dressed in greatcoats and adorned with peaked caps. Yet those who endure long enough to see the rot of madness spread know the darker truth, that the commissar does not kill for cruelty, but for necessity, and his bolt pistol is a scalpel cutting away infection before it consumes the body entire. Mercy in the Imperium is not comfort, not shelter, not healing. It is the gift of a clean death before the warp claws its way into a soul broken by fear. When a man begins to laugh without reason, to mutter names never spoken, to gaze at shadows as if they were mirrors, he is no longer a soldier, but a beacon, and every moment he remains breathing is another moment the warp listens more intently. The commissar knows this, feels it in his marrow, and so his duty is to raise the pistol, speak the Emperor's name, and let the crack of the shot sever not only the man's life, but the thread that could unravel the regiment. I once watched Commissar Drell execute a sergeant who had fought with distinction for 15 campaigns, a man respected, hardened, whose chest bore scars enough to prove loyalty beyond question. But that night in the trench, the sergeant froze, his eyes wide, staring into the fog with lips moving soundlessly, as if reciting prayers he had never learned. His men tried to rouse him, shaking him, pleading, but he did not hear them. His gaze remained fixed on something none of us could see. When Drell approached, the sergeant wept, whispered, "They are calling," in a voice not his own, and in that moment his fate was sealed. The shot echoed louder than any shell, and the silence that followed was heavier than the mud beneath our boots. The men did not curse Drell, nor mourn their sergeant. They only lowered their eyes and fired into the night, as if to pretend nothing had happened. This is the commissar's true power, not the pistol itself, but the silence it commands. Discipline is not maintained in the Imperium by trust, nor by camaraderie, but by fear sharpened into obedience, and the commissar embodies that fear. Soldiers march not only because their officers demand it, but because they know hesitation means the commissar's pistol will find them faster than the enemy's blade. Fear of death keeps men upright. Fear of madness keeps them silent, and silence is what the commissar protects most, for silence is the last barrier before whispers become screams. It is said that every commissar carries the Emperor's will in his pistol, that each shot fired is not merely execution, but exorcism, severing ties between the weak mind and the listening void. Whether this is truth or propaganda, no one questions it, for to question is to invite suspicion, and suspicion is a shadow too close to madness to risk, so the men accept it, even welcome it. For in the bleakness of endless war, a clean death delivered swiftly is the only mercy they will ever know. The role of the commissar is not only execution, but presence, for his shadow alone disciplines more effectively than chains. When he walks the trench line, boots heavy, cloak snapping in the wind, men straighten their backs, steady their hands, and whisper prayers a little louder. Not because they love him, nor because they trust him, but because his very existence reminds them that death watches, and death does not sleep. In this way, the commissar does not simply enforce obedience. He is an obedience incarnate, the embodiment of the Imperium's greatest truth, that fear is stronger than hope and survival is purchased with blood. Yet there is irony here, for in killing the insane, the commissar himself must walk closer to madness than any soldier. He alone sees the eyes cloud, hears the mutterings, feels the tremors of the warp as it brushes against broken minds, and each execution is another step along a path where compassion cannot live. He kills not only traitors, deserters, and cowards, but comrades, brothers, men who fought valiantly until their minds betrayed them, and with each pull of the trigger, a fragment of his own humanity cracks. It is whispered among guardsmen that many commissars end their careers not by retirement nor by promotion, but by turning the pistol upon themselves, their minds hollowed by years of mercy delivered in bolts of fire. There was once a story of Commissar Halvek, who executed an entire squad after they returned from a patrol in silence, their eyes vacant, their lips sealed. They had spoken to no one, answered no questions, given no explanation for their survival when all others perished. Halvek saw in their silence the fracture, the seed of madness already planted. And though some begged for delay, for investigation, he drew his pistol and fired until every soldier lay still in the mud. The regiment cursed him that night, hated him with a venom few dared show openly, but months later when another patrol returned and laughter rippled through the trench like plague, they did not question when Halvek fired again. For by then they understood. The commissar's duty is not justice, not fairness, but prevention, and prevention is always crueler than cure. Commissars are not loved, nor are they meant to be. They are the blade drawn across a wound before infection festers, the bolt driven into the skull before whispers spread, the flame applied to rot before it consumes the whole harvest. And though soldiers curse them, fear them, loathe them, they also cling to them, for without that iron presence, madness would seep unchecked, and unchecked madness is death not only for one man, but for worlds. Thus the commissar embodies both terror and mercy. Terror in the pistol that ends hesitation, mercy in the certainty that death will come swiftly before the warp can claim what remains of a broken soul. In this paradox lies the truth of imperial survival, not in love, nor trust, nor fellowship, but in fear wielded as a weapon, in discipline sharper than steel, in mercy delivered at the pull of a trigger. And so the commissar stands eternal, the silent judge, the unflinching executioner, the last barrier between sanity and ruin. His pistol is not a tool of cruelty, but of necessity, and every shot echoes the same message across trenches, void ships, and hives alike. The emperor protects, but the commissar ensures. For in the Imperium of man, discipline is survival, weakness is death, and insanity is the one crime that cannot, must not, ever be forgiven. The warp is not distance, nor direction, nor even a place, though men foolish enough to chart it speak, as if it can be measured, mapped, or understood. But the truth is harsher. The warp is hunger given shape, madness made infinite, a storm of thought and memory and nightmare that beats upon reality like waves breaking stone until the cracks grow wider, and the stone remembers that it was once only sand. To travel beside it, to live within its shadow, to hear its echoes even faintly through steel bulkheads or cathedral walls, is to invite the slow, patient erosion of thought, as if the warp itself were a tide that seeps into every crevice, gnawing not at flesh first, but at the fragile defenses of the mind. The void ships that ply between stars are coffins that float upon this storm, their engines screaming as they tear through tides of unreality. And though the Geller fields burn bright to hold back the tide, no light is flawless, no shield unbroken, no wall unbreached. Every crewman knows this, feels it in their bones as they lie awake in the silence between jumps, hears it in the scratching against bulkheads, the sudden chill in air that moments before was warm, the way prayers catch in their throats, as if something listens too closely to every syllable. They call it warp echo, though the term is a lie, for echoes are reflections of sound, harmless imitations, and the warp reflects nothing. It invents, it creates, it thrusts into ears whispers that were never spoken, laughter that never belonged to human throats, sobbing that comes from voices long since dead. A navigator once told me that the warp is like a mirror broken into 1,000 pieces, each shard reflecting not what you are, but what you fear. And when you gaze into it long enough, you cannot tell which shard shows the truth. The crew of his vessel believed him mad, but when they executed him, his last words were not curses, but warnings. Close your eyes, or the mirror will keep staring. They burned his body, yet for weeks afterward the crew dreamed of shards of glass cutting their tongues, and many woke screaming, convinced their mouths were full of blood. Paranoia aboard ships is not mere superstition but survival, for to doubt every shadow, every whisper, every twitch of a comrade's eye is to remain alive long enough to reach another port. Officers carry pistols not only for mutiny, but for the soft, subtle infection of warp-born dread. When one crewman begins to weep without cause, and his tears spread to the next, and soon the entire deck is weeping as one, without memory of why. Better to shoot the first than to risk the rest. Better to cauterize the wound before it becomes rot. Better to silence one voice than let the chorus grow. But the warp does not only infect the ships, it infects worlds touched too closely by storms, planets caught in the fringe of rifts, cities that live for decades under skies that bleed strange colors, and moons that change shape with every night. On such worlds, paranoia is not rare but ritual, the people glancing over shoulders as if expecting unseen watchers, mothers clutching children when shadows stretch too long, priests whispering sermons with voices too tight, as if afraid their own words will betray them. They know what the administratum denies, that the warp does not need gates or rituals or psychers to seep through. It only needs cracks, and human minds are nothing but cracks waiting to widen. The echoes take form in many ways. Some hear voices, calling them by name, speaking secrets they never told, truths they never confessed, until trust itself becomes impossible, and paranoia festers like a wound. Others see faces in the dark, loved ones who should be light years away, or long dead, smiling too widely, beckoning with hands too pale. And some do not hear or see but feel, the brush of fingers on the back of their neck, the sudden certainty that something stands behind them in the silence, watching, waiting, patient. These are the echoes, not strong enough to break reality, but strong enough to break men. I remember one report from a garrison stationed near the Cadian Gate before its fall, soldiers who endured years of proximity to the Eye of Terror. They described nights where the stars themselves moved, where constellations reshaped into faces that leered at them until dawn. One soldier swore his own reflection stepped out of the water basin and walked away, smiling. Another slit his wrists not in despair but calmly, with reverence, explaining that they asked politely. The regiment lost 100 men without a single shot fired. their deaths all self-inflicted, though the commissar's notes concluded with a single line: "No one dies alone near the eye. The warp claims them first." The paranoia spreads faster than plague, because plague can be seen, smelled, touched. But paranoia is invisible, insidious, carried in glances and silences, bred in questions no one answers. When one man begins to doubt the reality before him, while others begin to wonder if perhaps their own doubts are real too, until the entire unit is caught in a web of suspicion where no word is trusted, no gesture believed, no silence ignored. And once trust dies, the regiment follows. The warp does not scream, it whispers. It does not strike with claws, it caresses with shadows. It does not appear with horns and wings. It waits patiently for a man to mistrust his brother, for a wife to doubt her husband, for a priest to question his God. These are the echoes, and they are more dangerous than demons, because demons kill bodies, but echoes kill faith, and faith is the only shield humanity has left. And so the Imperium teaches paranoia as discipline, drills it into every soldier, every citizen, every priest. Trust nothing, not even your own mind. Doubt every whisper, question every shadow. Never look too long into still water. Never listen to voices when you are alone. Never believe that the dead are truly gone. The commissar enforces this law with his pistol, the ecclesiarchy with its sermons, the inquisition with its purges. But in truth, it is not enforcement that keeps humanity alive. It is fear, sharpened into paranoia. Paranoia that never sleeps. For the warp echoes are always there, just beyond the edge of hearing, waiting for a moment of weakness, waiting for silence, waiting for the mind that dares to believe it is safe. And when that moment comes, the echo becomes a voice. The voice becomes a command, and the command becomes a death sentence, not only for one man, but for all who listen. That is why proximity to the warp breeds paranoia, not as curse, but as necessity. For paranoia is the only armor against whispers that would otherwise be believed. The warp cannot be defeated, cannot be silenced, cannot be ignored. It can only be doubted, mistrusted, feared, until the fear itself becomes discipline. And in that discipline lies survival. So remember this when you hear footsteps behind you in an empty corridor, or feel breath on your neck in the silence of a trench, or wake to find your name written in the frost on a viewport where no hand could have reached. These are not coincidences, nor illusions, nor tricks of exhaustion. These are echoes, and the only reason you still live is because you fear them enough to doubt them. For in the Imperium of man, paranoia is faith, doubt is prayer, and fear is the only wall between humanity and the endless hunger of the warp. The mentally unstable are not seen as patients, not as sufferers, not as victims, but as breaches, holes in the fortress of reality through which the warp can pour its poison. And when the Inquisition discovers such breaches, it does not mend them. It collapses the fortress wall entirely, burying the weakness beneath rubble, so that nothing can crawl through. A family may hide a son who mutters to himself. A factory may shield a worker whose hands tremble too often. A regiment may conceal a soldier who stares too long into the fog. But the Inquisition's eyes are everywhere, and when they find what is hidden, the punishment is never confined to the guilty alone. The logic is brutal but unassailable. If madness spreads faster than plague, then all who have touched it are already contaminated, and therefore the purge must expand until the rot is certain to be gone. Entire hab blocks are burned because one woman screamed too long at shadows. Entire manufactorums are sterilized with fire because one overseer laughed at nothing. Entire regiments are dissolved because one officer began to dream too vividly of doors that should not exist. The agents of the Inquisition wear many masks: interrogators, acolytes, inquisitors themselves, but all share the same mandate: to scour weakness from humanity with methods too absolute for the Munitorum, too ruthless for the commissariat, too final even for the ecclesiarchy. They do not arrive with explanation, only with accusations that echo like verdicts already carved in stone. And when they point at a man and name him unstable, that man is already dead, his family already ash, his comrades already suspects. I have seen it myself, in Hive Duskfall, when whispers of hysteria spread through the lower levels after a warp storm brushed the system. At first it was dismissed as panic, the common madness of overcrowding and hunger, until men began carving symbols into their flesh, shapes they claimed would keep the voices at bay. The Arbites tried arrests, the priests tried sermons, but the madness spread faster than law or faith, until the Inquisition came. Their arrival was not announced. One day the sky above the Hive burned with the descent of gunships, and by nightfall, the lowest 4 levels were quarantined and set aflame. Millions burned for the whispers of thousands, and thousands died for the weakness of hundreds, and the hundreds were already corpses when the fire came. No records remain of those levels, for the Inquisition decreed they never existed, and history itself bent to their will. This is the true terror of the Inquisition, not simply that it kills, but that it erases. Madness is not permitted to linger in memory, not allowed to survive in stories, not tolerated in whispers. When the Inquisition purges, it burns names from archives, deletes registries, reduces entire bloodlines to ash until no trace remains. For they believe, and perhaps rightly, that even the memory of madness is dangerous, that to remember a broken man is to carry a fragment of his infection forward. The mentally unstable are purged because they cannot be trusted, but the Inquisition's fury falls not only upon the broken, but upon those who shield them, those who hesitate, those who dare to believe pity has a place in the Imperium. To shelter the unstable is heresy. To speak of treatment is sedition. To whisper of cure is treachery. For the Inquisition has decided, and the Imperium has accepted, that the only cure for madness is fire, and the only safeguard against infection is silence. And yet, in their brutality, there is twisted mercy. For those whose minds crack and splinter, whose nights are filled with voices not their own, whose eyes see shapes no one else perceives, death at the Inquisition's hand is quick, certain, final. No lingering, no experiments, no false hope, only the certainty that the warp will not be allowed to dig deeper through their minds into the world beyond. Perhaps it is kindness in its own cruel way, for in the galaxy of the 41st millennium, lingering madness is a fate worse than execution. The Inquisition does not speak of this openly, but their purges are not simply protection, they are warning. Every citizen who sees a hab block burn, every soldier who watches a comrade dragged screaming into flame, every priest who smells the stench of cauterized flesh, learns the lesson without words. Break, and you will be erased. Falter, and you will be purged. Doubt, and you will burn. It is not enough to kill the insane. The Imperium demands that all others witness the killing, and in witnessing, learn obedience deeper than fear. And so the Inquisition continues. Across worlds, across hives, across void ships, erasing weakness wherever it finds it, purging instability with flame and decree, writing survival not in ink but in ash. Their cruelty is unmatched, their methods merciless, their judgments unquestionable, but beneath it all lies a truth as solid as stone. In a galaxy where the warp presses against every wall, paranoia is survival, and insanity is death. For in the eyes of the Inquisition, the mentally unstable are not citizens, not soldiers, not children of the Emperor. They are cracks, and cracks must be sealed, no matter how much of the wall must be destroyed to do so. And when the seal is on fire, nothing survives. Silence is the cruelest weapon in the galaxy, sharper than a blade, heavier than bombardment, deadlier than any Xeno's toxin. For silence is the absence of all things, and in that absence the human mind begins to gnaw upon itself until it is raw, bleeding, and desperate for anything, even whispers, even lies, even voices that do not belong. Abandoned worlds are monuments to this truth. Entire planets stripped of armies, of priests, of industry, left hollow after war, or plague, or retreat, and in their emptiness, the survivors wander as phantoms, their steps echoing through ruins that no longer remember life, their eyes wide in the endless quiet, their thoughts louder than cannon fire. When an imperial world is cut off, by warp storm, by tyrannid swarm, by invasion too vast for reinforcement, the silence becomes its greatest enemy. Vox networks fall quiet. Astropaths burn out their minds in futile screams across the void, and the people are left with only the sound of their own breaths, their own heartbeats, their own prayers whispered into air that never answers. At first they wait, telling themselves the Imperium will return, that relief will come, that the Emperor does not abandon his children. But days become weeks, weeks become months, months become years, and the only sound is silence, silence that deepens until even hope falls quiet. On Drazak Secundus, records speak of a population of 30 million left behind after Orc raiders tore through the sector. The Guard retreated, the Navy withdrew, and the Inquisition declared the world expended. The people endured for 5 years, but not against Orcs, for the Orcs had already left. The enemy was silence. Farmers stopped tending fields because no one came to collect crops. Priests stopped preaching because no one gathered to hear. Children stopped playing because laughter sounded obscene in the empty streets. In the 5th year, a Navy patrol found the cities intact, the manufactorums unbroken, the shrines untouched, but the people were gone. Not dead, not massacred, gone. Clothing lay neatly folded in homes, meals rotted on tables, cradles swayed with wind, but no bodies remained. Some whispered that they marched into the wastelands as one, called by silence itself, swallowed by a command too subtle to resist. Others claimed they simply ceased, minds so consumed by emptiness that bodies forgot to live. The Navy purged the records, but rumors linger, passed in hushed tones. Silence is hunger, and hunger devours. The human mind cannot tolerate absence. It craves sound, movement, communion, the reassurance of another's presence. Denied these, it creates its own, and those creations are never kind. Survivors of abandoned worlds speak of hearing entire cities wake at night, markets bustling, bells tolling, factories roaring, only to step outside and find ruins, dust, and wind. Some speak to statues, convinced they shift, nodding in response. Others hold conversations with shadows, until the shadows begin to answer in voices too precise. And once the voices begin, silence is never silent again. The ecclesiarchy teaches that the Emperor's light protects against despair, but even faith falters when shrines echo only footsteps, when litanies are sung to empty halls, when candles burn until wax pools cold because no one comes to replace them. Priests left behind on such worlds often last the longest, clinging to rituals, ringing bells though no one hears, shouting sermons into dust until their throats bleed and their lungs collapse. When they fall, the silence swallows them too, and the flock scatters into madness unrestrained. I once met a man who survived 12 years alone after his colony was declared lost. His voice trembled when he told me the silence had taught him things, truths whispered in the stillness, names of gods older than the Emperor, shapes of stars no astropath had ever mapped. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, fixed upon horizons no one else could see. The Inquisition executed him within the hour, but even as the bolt pistol fired, he laughed, claiming the silence would never allow him to die alone. Abandoned worlds are more dangerous than battlefields, for battle gives men purpose, and purpose holds madness at bay. But silence gives nothing, strips everything, leaves the mind naked and waiting. And in that nakedness, the warp presses close, offering voices to replace what has been lost. This is why survivors are never welcomed back into the Imperium, why ships that answer distress beacons often purge those they find, why records of recovered populations end with incineration orders. The Imperium knows what silence breeds, and it will not permit the infection to spread. Yet the tragedy remains, for those left behind are not traitors, not heretics, not cowards. They are victims of absence, condemned not for what they did, but for what they endured. And in the eyes of the Imperium, endurance without sanity is no endurance at all, only contamination. So the lesson is carved into every guardsman, every citizen, every priest. Better death in battle than silence in abandonment. Better a clean execution than a lingering madness. Better ash scattered into void than whispers born from empty streets. For silence is patient, silence is hungry, silence is the warp's most subtle mask, and once it takes root, it does not release its prey. Thus, abandoned worlds are not forgotten. They are erased, their names struck from records, their maps purged from charts, their memories forbidden. For to remember them is to remember the silence, and to remember silence is to invite it closer. And the Imperium will not allow silence to whisper again. Every regiment carries its own stories, whispered around rations, muttered in dugouts, spoken only when the night is thick enough to conceal fear. And though the tales differ in detail, they all circle the same unyielding truth. Soldiers hear voices, and those voices never come from anything human. These stories are not written in munitorum reports, not etched into regimental records, not spoken aloud in sermons, for to acknowledge them is to legitimize them, and to legitimize them is to admit that the walls separating reality from the warp are as thin as skin stretched over bone. The stories begin the same way, with exhaustion, with silence, with too many nights spent staring into fog or void, until the mind itself begins to murmur. At first, the soldier thinks it is memory, fragments of a mother's lullaby, a friend's laughter, a lover's sigh, harmless recollections born of longing. But the voices grow sharper, heavier, more insistent, until they speak words never known, names never taught, commands never given. And the soldier realizes too late that what whispers within him is not himself at all. One guardsman of the 92nd Calthan Rifles swore that during the siege of Barrow Hive, he heard his own name shouted from no man's land every night. At first he ignored it, clutching his lasgun tighter, muttering prayers, but the voice grew closer, clearer, until it matched the exact tone of his father's voice. He climbed the parapet once, desperate, convinced his father had survived against all odds, only to be dragged back by comrades who watched as he screamed and clawed, begging them to release him. They held him until dawn, but by then his eyes had turned hollow, and when the commissar asked what he heard, he only laughed, saying, "He promised to show me what waits." The shot that followed was mercy, for all who listened felt the pull of that same promise. Another tale, told among the Vostroyan firstborn, speaks of a patrol trapped in frozen wastelands, cut off after supply lines collapsed. In the silence of snowstorms, each soldier began to hear the voice of his own ancestor, calling him deeper into the white. They followed, one by one, until only the youngest remained, shivering, clutching his rifle, listening as 100 voices whispered in unison that he was betraying his lineage by staying behind. When he returned alone, his beard frosted with tears, he confessed he no longer knew if he was Vostroyan at all, or simply a shadow left behind by voices that had already claimed his bloodline. The priest who heard this ordered him executed, for even confession was contamination. The Astra Militarum hides these stories, but soldiers cannot. They carry them in silence, glancing at one another during long watches, wondering if the voice they hear tonight will be the last thing they ever follow. Some keep wax in their ears, though commissars punish them. Others recite litanies until their throats bleed, their words a shield against whispers that know every crack in their faith. But no one escapes forever, for the warp is patient and its voices are tireless. The tragedy is that the voices never speak nonsense. They know truths, secrets, weaknesses, things no enemy should know. A soldier hears his commander's doubts, another hears a comrade's hidden betrayal, another hears a lover's infidelity light years away. And often the voices are right, for the warp feeds on memory, bends it, shapes it, offers it back with venom. How can a guardsman ignore a voice that tells him of his sergeant's plans to desert when the sergeant does indeed vanish the next day? How can he dismiss the whisper of an ambush when the ambush comes exactly as foretold? This is the cruelest weapon of the warp. Not lies, but truths spoken with malice, until paranoia poisons trust and regiments collapse not from bullets but from suspicion. There are camps where men refuse to sleep alone, huddling in groups, believing that shared company keeps the voices at bay, only to discover the voices can speak in unison, echoing through every ear until the entire squad stares into darkness together. Some cut out their tongues to silence themselves, fearing the voices will use their mouths as conduits, only to discover that silence does not protect them. If anything, it makes the whispers louder, as though mocking the sacrifice. Commanders know of this, though they pretend not to. They know regiments crumble not only from shells, but from whispers, and so they encourage prayer, song, discipline, anything that drowns the silence long enough to stave off madness. But they also keep commissars close, pistols ready, for when the song falters and the prayer dies, the voices rise, and the first to falter must be silenced before the infection spreads. The Imperium does not permit soldiers to break, because soldiers are not men. They are weapons, and weapons cannot tremble. When one weapon cracks, it is discarded, not repaired. And so the stories of soldiers who hear voices always end the same way. A bolt pistol fired into a skull, the body burned, the name erased, the silence restored. But the stories linger. They linger in the quiet moments before battle, in the long silences of patrol, in the uneasy laughter around campfires. Every guardsman knows someone who has heard, and every guardsman wonders when it will be his turn. For the warp whispers not in thunder but in echoes, not in screams but in sighs, and no man can march forever without listening. This is the truth the Astra Militarum hides beneath its banners, the truth its soldiers carry like a second weapon. The voices are always waiting, and the only question is how long before they begin to speak. The hive is a machine that eats people and exhales prayers, a towered labyrinth where every hallway remembers footsteps and every vent remembers breath. And inside that choking memory, the city breeds a special kind of madness that is not a scream, but a shared suspicion shaped like air. The streets are stacked vertically, lives shelved on top of lives, stairwells spiraling like augers into darkness, corridors narrow enough to force neighbors into intimacy without trust. And in those pressed spaces, truth decays faster than meat, because rumor ripens quicker than grain and carries further than sirens. If the trenches teach a soldier to fear silence, the hive teaches a citizen to fear sound, for sound in a hive is never alone. It gathers bodies like gravity gathers dust, and the more ears that listen, the sharper the whisper's teeth become. The day begins with alarms and ends with alarms, yet between them lies a choir of lesser noises that tighten the jaw and thin the blood. Grinding lifts, coughing vents, broken loyalist hymn loops, the scrape of boots on iron catwalks, the metallic gasp of recycled faucets spitting brown water as if the pipes were choking on secrets. In rows of windowless hab cells, the families sleep in shifts, faces turned toward painted icons that look back without eyes, and when mothers hum to their children, the tune travels through ducts to other rooms where other children wake and hum the same melody without knowing who taught it first. Down in the transit arteries where conveyor belts carry workers like sacrificial grain, the overhead speakers chirp admonitions in pleasant machine voices that mispronounce surnames but never forget to threaten punishments, and the mispronunciations become omens, and the threats become lullabies, and no one admits how comforting predictability feels when the unpredictable has fangs. Paranoia is a civic virtue here, rewarded with rations and praised in sermons, because suspicion produces denunciations, and denunciations produce arrests, and arrests produce quiet. And quiet is what management calls stability, while counting output numbers in offices that smell like sealed paper and sanctioned incense. The Arbeits patrol in threes so that two can watch the third, and pick-capture servitors hover like headless flies, lenses slick with oil tears, red lights blinking the way hearts would if hearts were permitted to blink, and every blink is a file added to a stack that never stops growing. There are signs painted on bulkheads with stenciled fonts that look official enough to soothe the obedient. Report whispers immediately, refrain from private songs, avoid reflections during shift night, and the obedient feel safer until they notice their hands shaking anyway when the lift doors open and nobody is inside, but the lift keeps breathing. Overcrowding turns time into a hallway without windows, a corridor discouraging choices, because queues become the city's only horizon, and every horizon is a promise betrayed by doors that never lead outside. And the idea of outside becomes a dangerous story that the ecclesiarchy forbids with a smile. A day can be measured by the number of elbows against your ribs, and the number of apologies mouthed without sound, by the number of faces you are forced to memorize without wanting to. And the mind keeps lists because lists feel like control, and control feels like faith with numbers. When faith is numbers, loss is subtraction, and subtraction happens in public, often beautifully efficient, as black-cloaked figures call names that match wrists and wrists that match chains, and everyone watches as if attending theater, learning the choreography of compliance in case they are asked to perform later. Paranoia grows faster where light pretends to be sunlight but tastes like dust, and the hive's light tastes of dust always, a thin yellow flavor that collects on tongues and turns complaints into throat clearing, and throat clearing into codes exchanged across aisles crowded with ration crates. Crowds teach a man how to disappear in plain sight, but they also teach a man how to invent enemies wearing his own face, because reflected in thousands of eyes, he sees versions of himself who surely would betray him if asked politely, and the warp requires nothing more than polite invitations to accept lodging. It arrives as your own voice behind your own ear, offering because it has overheard everything you wish you could ask out loud and everything you cannot, and in a city of unshared secrets, an offer is indistinguishable from a confession everyone already knows. In Upper Hab, 17 Foxtrot, the children began skipping in rhythm to a tune no one recognized, a harmless pattern of steps tapping the ferrocrete like fingers on a coffin lid, and when asked who taught them, they answered together that the stairwell did, smiling because they had never seen adults flinch so fast. The mothers locked the stairwell doors, but doors only silence footsteps, not echoes, and at night the tunes seeped through like steam, collecting in kettles and light fixtures, and even the filter masks, a sweetness that made breathing feel like humming until the Arbites arrived to confiscate the air for examination. Their report concluded without findings because no machine recorded melody, yet the zone was flagged for auditory contamination, a phrase that sounds medical but means the same thing as guilt, and guilt requires witnesses, and witnesses multiply until truth becomes too expensive to purchase in bulk. In Lower Manufactorum Delta, where the slag dust clings to skin the way shame clings to memory, a foreman forbade mirrors after finding workers staring too long into scratched metal plates, not admiring themselves but listening. Heads tilted, eyes unfocused, as if reflections were speaking through the scuffs with patient mouths. Workers taped paper over every shiny surface, but paper wrinkles like old skin, and old skin begs for stories. And the stories came as soon as the night shift clock lost a minute. It never recovered, and the recovery was attempted with prayers nobody invented, and everybody already knew. They say a woman traced the outline of her face on the paper, and the outline blinked, and the blink traveled along the wall through a parade of taped faces until the corridor looked like applause. And when the Arbites fired, the corridor absorbed the bullets as if accepting gifts. The ecclesiarchy knows the hive's mood better than any auspex, and it measures that mood in pitch and stamina, in the length of time a congregation can hold a note while weeping without disrupting production metrics. And when the note shortens, the sermons lengthen, because length feels like safety even when words are knives. Priests preach about vigilance, not love, about obedience, not mercy, about martyrdom as a civic hobby accessible to all skill levels, and the faithful nod in complicated agreement because nodding is free and expensive things get taken away. But even the priests sleep badly when the cathedral vents sing back the homily at wrong hours in unfamiliar accents, as if the hive were translating their courage into a dialect built from rivets and sighs. When paranoia blossoms fully, it counts breaths, inventories glances, calibrates silences, and the hive makes this easy by providing more of each than any mind can store without deforming, and deformation is the hive's favored sculpture. A husband begins to suspect his wife because she folds the same shirt differently 3 days in a row, and then he notices 3 different men fold the same shirt in the public laundry with identical hesitation, and suddenly he is diagramming conspiracies on ration wrappers with a stolen pencil that writes like a whisper. A wife begins to suspect her husband because he returns with the same amount of dirt under his nails every shift, despite different assignments, and she realizes the dirt smells like incense, and incense smells like confession, and confession smells like someone else wearing your words as perfume. In the drinking holes where water is flavored with industrial courage, patrons speak softly into cups because the surface trembles too easily, and tremors look like punctuation for sentences nobody should write. And in those trembling periods, informants float like breadcrumbs, sinking only when they are swallowed by a story heavier than their loyalty. The bar owners polish the same patch of counter until it becomes a mirror with a scar, and in the scar faces stutter, identities skipping a frame, and that stutter teaches customers to blink on command, because in a city watched by lenses, a trained blink is an alibi with eyelashes. Once, a man bragged that he could tell Arbites by the way their fingers counted coins, double tap on the 5th as if marking a charge shell, and 3 nights later, every drinker in the district tapped their 5th coin to survive a rumor, and those without coins tapped their teeth instead. Transit carriages slide like bullets through intestines of steel, and riders measure safety by how many others refuse to sit. Because sitting feels like admitting that the floor exists, and admitting things exist is dangerous when things answer, and the floor enjoys attention more than it deserves. Doors open on stations, whose names have been repainted so many times, the letters confess nothing. And on the platform stand men who do not board any car, who simply watch the riders watching them, each gaze a transaction requiring receipts no one can produce when asked by anyone wearing a hat. In the tunnels between stations, the lights flicker in syllables, and commuters learn to lip-read electricity, inventing grammar where voltage becomes scripture, and the scripture demands footwear choices that prevent slipping into definitions written by other people's shoes. There is always a heat wave that isn't weather, but consequence, the kind that ferments tempers like fruit in a sealed jar, and the jar rattles against the shelf labeled civic order until the shelf loosens its nails, and the jar sighs relief by exploding quietly across every room where patience was stored. Arguments ignite in stairwells when someone breathes too personally. Long queues ripple like skins shrugging, and children cry without tears because tears evaporate before falling, and evaporation feels like being erased by the mouth of air. And no child should learn how to be delicious so early. The manufactoria maintain output because punishment is generous and food is stingy, but the parts assembled during heat waves never fit quite right, and weapon lots begin to whisper misfires into mess halls, and mess halls repeat the misfires back into assembly lines until guilt loops like conveyor belts. The Arbites adjust curfews the way gamblers adjust bets, always confident until always surprised, and the new hours crack against old habits like whips, which is convenient because the same hands hold both, and habits bleed only when shaved against. Patrols increase in places where nothing happened, because nothing is suspicious, and nothing is where whispers grow teeth, and teeth require handling before they learn the wrong alphabet of biting, and wrong alphabets are treason by punctuation. They post posters of faces labeled "wanted for questioning," but the faces look like everyone when tired, and everyone is tired always, and so whole blocks begin sleeping with bandages over mouths so the posters cannot identify them by yawns. The Mechanicus districts contribute a different flavor of fear, polished and efficient, a dread with crisp edges and titled forms, because their logic excludes ghosts by footnote and includes hauntings by maintenance schedule, and schedules bend reality the way talk bends kindness. Engine seers calibrate auspex arrays to detect signal bleed from unauthorized ritual frequencies, which is an elegant phrase for voices that pay no tithe, and when the arrays hum, the humming is diagnosed as success because failure cannot hum without risking disciplinary music. A red-robed adept claims the vox tide within the hive resonates with off-world harmonics, traceable to a distant rift, and the rift sends polite condolences for the inconvenience, and condolences arrive stamped with approval and packed in crates that echo inside even when packed with silence. Paranoia is not merely fear of others. It is the fear that your fear has been noticed by something that feeds on attention, and the hive teaches this with advertisements that learn your face faster than friends do, promising solutions to problems they invented, and delivering receipts shorter than the problem's shadows. People stop looking at screens yet still feel watched by the places screens use to hang, and the ghost rectangles burn after images into walls, as if the hive left notes to itself and forgot to learn to read, and illiteracy feels like mercy until letters cut new mouths. The rumor that names can be summoned spreads with hygienic efficiency, and soon entire neighborhoods refuse to speak personal titles, addressing one another as roles: spouse, sibling, floormate, colleague, as if intimacy were an illegal upgrade. In the underhive darkness is not absence but pressure, a tactile substance that can be pushed with shoulders and returned with bruises, and people navigate by taste, because lights taste broken even when they shine, And broken flavors teach tongues to confess before throats receive questions. Gangs carve territory into the dark using scents stolen from incense shops, maps written in perfume that instruct allies where breathing is safe, and strangers where breathing is ambitious, and ambition is discouraged with nails and memory. Here the warp's whispers need no translators, because hardship speaks fluent hunger. And hunger hears offers clearly even when mouths never move, and moving mouths is suspicious when rations shrink faster than lies. When a hive breaks, it does not shatter all at once. It delaminates, layers peeling like old paint while the surface pretends to shine. And officials praise the shine with speeches about resilience, crafted by people who route their commutes around the sound of resilience cracking. Elevators stop between promise floors more frequently, and passengers stand motionless for hours, because moving might count as descent, and descent will be timed, and timed acts earn grades, and nobody wants a grade they cannot display publicly. Emergency shutters close during non-emergencies, as if practicing, and practice becomes policy after enough repetition wears grooves into the paperwork, and those grooves guide ink toward conclusions pre-selected by gravity with a bureaucratic smile. Then the deaths begin without bodies, absences shaped like people leaving conversations mid-sentence, tools clattering gently as if the work itself bowed goodbye, and names slide off lists with frictionless elegance before anyone notices the lists growing lighter. Fixed cameras begin tracking empty spaces, as if the air requested identification, and auditors learn to nod at nothing, because nothing answers firmly when questioned about presence, and the nods become signatures validating uncertainty as a regulated commodity. In the mess halls, plates cool opposite chairs that remain politely unused, and the courtesy frightens the living more than violence, because courtesy implies awareness, and awareness implies preference, and preference implies the city chooses, and a city that chooses is a god with elevators. The Inquisition arrives not with sirens, but with the sound of reading, pages turning briskly in rooms where pages never existed, and the sound frightens more than weapons, because text implies verdicts, and verdicts imply scales, and scales prefer numbers to faces until faces demand decimal places. Acolytes collect testimonies that contradict gracefully, each statement folding into another like nested boxes built from sighs, and the nested sighs form an organ that plays itself, and the melody recommends incineration for harmonization. Quarantine signs bloom like rust flowers along corridors that people still use, because people follow routes rather than instructions, and routes remember feet better than minds remember warnings, and memory is prosecuted with fervor when it refuses to confess to being imaginary. The purges that follow are surgical in press releases and volcanic in practice, and the hive politely continues producing everything required to justify both, because production includes consequences as a line item, and line items are sacred when budgets worship. Entire floors are fogged with chemicals that smell like simplicity. Neighbors smile through respirators as if participating in community events, and when the fog clears, the walls gleam with approved narratives, while the stairwells practice humming the children's tune from months ago with improved intonation. The surviving citizens thank the authorities for removing dangers they cannot describe, and the authorities thank the citizens for describing dangers they cannot remove, and gratitude builds bridges suspended over ducts that forget each crossing immediately. And yet after the smoke retires and the loudspeakers congratulate everyone for tightening belts around empty stomachs, the paranoia remains, thinner perhaps more refined, like a poison distilled until it wears perfume, and the refined version works better because elegance persuades where terror merely insists. People return to queues longer than memory and shorter than hope, eyes fixed on the neck of the stranger ahead, learning vertebra by serial number because serial numbers never lie until asked by families. They speak less, bow more, pray precisely, and begin to prefer knowing to understanding, because understanding costs sleep, and sleep is rationed, and rations decline when dreams raise complaints. In the nights that follow, the hive sings to itself with mouthless choir, elevator cables thrumming like strings, vents whispering rehearsed secrets, signage rearranging punctuation to form humane threats that feel almost kind. And kindness becomes the most suspicious word because it has nowhere honest to sit. The city's dreams taste like copper and stale citrus, and the citizens wake with cut tongues and polite smiles, unconcerned by the taste, because manners excuse wounds in places that must remain photogenic for visiting auditors who grade suffering by symmetry. And though the Arbeits report stabilization, and the Mechanicus reports compliance, and the Ecclesiarchy reports gratitude, and the Inquisition reports absence of actionable anomalies, the hive continues counting something in a language older than measurement, and the count increases beautifully each hour. Urban paranoia does not explode, it ferments, releasing tiny bubbles that lift the surface into deceptive brightness, while the depth turns black and sweetness seduces policy into believing taste proves safety, and safety is declared while the bubbles refuse to stop. Families teach their children to walk without shadows, a trick achieved by walking where lights have opinions, and opinions are courted with donations of time spent facing corners that enjoy attention, and the corners spread rumors about which cheeks are more devout. Lovers whisper through cloth, pressing masks together until the filters kiss, and their murmurs create private weather systems recorded by humidity sensors that file for overtime pay, and overtime is denied because romance competes with production quotas without providing spare parts. Eventually, someone asks aloud why everyone is whispering when the loudspeakers say whispering is safe, and the question falls to the floor like a tool dropped in a machine, and the machine jitters, and jitters are diagnosed as opportunity for training, and training is scheduled in 5-minute segments, inserted between already scheduled segments until hours become applause. The answer never arrives because answers require ownership, and ownership is taxed at a rate only gods can afford, and gods who pay taxes become saints of receipts, and saints of receipts travel with auditors who bless with stamps shaped like teeth. So no answer means nothing is wrong, and nothing is wrong means everything is working. And everything is working means the hive is healthy, and the healthy hive keeps humming even when the melody becomes the children's tune again, flawless and patient. This is how overcrowded districts learn to adore their captors and worship their monitors and marry their curfews, not from love, but from arithmetic, because fewer variables mean smaller terrors, and the smallest terror is the one you can hold, and the smallest terror fits in a pocket like a prayer. The warp does not need temples here because the hive itself kneels in its own way, bending under the weight of breath and fear, offering both like tithes, dropped into air that count with invisible fingers. And counting is worship when you cannot afford candles. When people vanish, they do so politely, leaving behind shoes facing the correct direction, utensils washed, cot corners tucked, and a note thanking the building for its hospitality in handwriting that matches every other note left that month, and matching is reassurance dressed like women. In the end, the city does not fall, it continues, which is worse, because collapse would be honest, and honesty allows mourning, while continuation denies event, and denial denies scars, and scars are the only language the human soul writes without permission. The hive's stacked districts breathe in perfect rhythm, chests rising and falling like bellows, operated by laws resembling love when seen from far enough away. And from far enough away, all love is legislative, if the ledgers are groomed properly. The paranoia hums along the rails like static, along the ducts like lullabies, along the prayer lines like interest, and interest compounds until worshippers owe their next 10 heartbeats to acquire that memorize the debt elegantly. So if you ever step onto a hive platform and notice no one meeting your eyes, though everyone obviously sees you, or you enter a lift that smells like a childhood you never had, or you hear a melody composed of vents, wires, and stairwells practicing kindness with predatory patience, understand what the city has already decided. It has decided to keep breathing with you inside like a seed inside a fruit, and fruits rot beautifully in crowded baskets because rot prefers company, and company is plentiful where walls are close and names are scarce and confessions are harvested with gentle hands. In such places, insanity does not arrive screaming but smiling, carrying a clipboard, offering to help you find your flaw while marking your pulse as inventory. And inventory is sacred because it proves existence right up until the column balances to zero. The hive survives because it teaches every citizen to become their own warden, every neighbor their own tribunal, every prayer their own surveillance, and survival masquerades as virtue, even when it tastes like rust ground into sugar, and sugar is poured into wounds so they look like desserts from a distance. Urban paranoia is not a phase the city suffers. It is the city's metabolism, digesting shock into routine, crime into procedure, whispers into policy, until the only thing left to fear is the moment you forget what fear is for, and the city remembers you with exquisite tenderness. And when that tenderness reaches your door, tapping twice with a rhythm you recognize from childhood games taught by stairwells, you will open proudly, because pride is rationed generously to those who cooperate, and cooperation is the hive's favorite saint when audits arrive hungry. Thus the hive continues, taller tomorrow than yesterday, narrower each season than last, louder in public and quieter in private until private disappears into the small print on citizenship forms, and the citizens continue too, faces lifted obediently toward lights that taste like dust, tongues practiced at gratitude, hands steady around the smallest terror they can afford to love. They do not call it madness because the word would require paperwork and signatures are dangerous when handwriting trembles, so they call it duty or weather or policy, and the names behave well on banners and poorly in dreams, which is why sleep is discouraged but patriotism is not. And above it all, threading themselves through railings and ducts and hymns, move whispers in good clothing, very polite, very punctual, very patient, promising that if everyone keeps breathing together, the melody will never change, and never changing is the safest nightmare a city can convincingly sell to itself. For in overcrowded districts, urban paranoia is not a symptom to be cured, but a sacrament to be observed, and those who refuse the sacrament are escorted gently to rooms where the air remembers their names more efficiently than neighbors ever did, and the air will remember for exactly as long as the ledgers require. The hive does not need your sanity to function. It needs your participation to echo, and echoes are indistinguishable from prayers when mouths are covered and schedules are kept, and kept schedules are the emperor's favorite armor when the warp smiles through architecture. So they participate, and the city thrives, and the whispers prosper, and every corridor hums with compliance so perfect it sounds like love. And love is always the last word spoken before the lights decide whether tonight belongs to sleep or to counting. The Adeptus Arbites are the law-given flesh, iron statues animated by duty, and in their hands, law is not justice, not balance, not fairness, but a weapon sharpened against the throat of disorder. And nowhere does this weapon cut deeper than in the trials of psychers accused of instability, those fragile conduits whose minds are both a resource and a wound, both a gift and a sentence. Psychers are the Imperium's most dangerous tools, essential yet abhorred, necessary yet condemned, and because their minds lean too easily toward fracture, the Arbites are tasked with judging not only their crimes but their sanity, and such trials are not proceedings, but executions delivered at the pace of liturgy. The madness trials, as soldiers and citizens whisper, are not truly courts at all but rituals of spectacle, intended less to determine guilt than to carve fear into every witness who dares imagine pity for a broken mind. Psychers are paraded before crowds, shackled in black iron, mouths gagged with seals, eyes covered with waxed cloths, so they cannot see the faces they infect, their steps measured by Arbite's boots that echo too loudly for stone, as if the floor itself recoils. Charges are read aloud in voices like bells struck with hammers. Contamination, instability, uncontrolled murmuring, hallucinations, heresy, unregulated communion, dreams that did not remain private, prayers that bent too many syllables toward unsanctioned directions. None of these require proof, for proof is irrelevant. Accusation is enough, for accusation carries the weight of imperial necessity, and imperial necessity outweighs any human heart. In the galleries of these trials, citizens watch with hands clasped too tightly, eyes unblinking, throats dry with dread, because they know the purpose is not to decide, but to remind. Insanity is treachery, treachery is death, and even the most powerful minds in the Imperium are not spared. When the verdict comes, always the same, always guilty, the Arbites drag the condemned to the pyres or the gallows, and flames rise while the crowds chant litanies of purity, their voices shaking with fear disguised as devotion. Children watch too, lifted onto shoulders, their small faces illuminated by fire, so they learn early that madness is not survived, only punished, and that mercy is spelled with ash. There was once a psyker named Ilvar, sanctioned, trained, loyal, who served the guard for 15 years without flaw. He fought in sieges where the warp tore through reality, held shields against daemons that shredded steel, guided ships through storms that would have consumed entire fleets. Yet one night, he woke screaming words no one understood, his eyes bleeding light, his mouth pouring syllables shaped like claws, and by dawn the Arbites had already shackled him, declaring trial. At the hearing his deeds were recited, his victories listed, his loyalty affirmed, and then the High Arbiter raised a single parchment, dreams unreported, 4 nights. That was enough. His body burned at dusk, his name erased from regimental honor rolls, and soldiers who once owed him their lives watched silently, knowing silence was the only survival. The Arbites do not fear psychers for their strength, but for their fragility, for the warp whispers to them louder than to others, and when they break loudly, dragging all around into the abyss. Thus the madness trials are less about punishing the guilty than about reminding the living. If even sanctioned psychers are not spared, no citizen may hope to escape scrutiny. The law becomes terror, and terror becomes obedience, and obedience is the Imperium's only shield. Yet whispers linger, even among Arbites themselves, that the trials do not prevent corruption but invite it. For by parading madness before the crowd they spread the infection further, planting seeds of doubt in every witness, making each wonder what dreams they have failed to report, what words they have muttered unknowingly, what shadows they have believed too long. Perhaps this is the true purpose, to weaponize paranoia, to make each citizen their own inquisitor, their own judge, their own executioner. For in the Imperium, self-policing is the greatest economy. No Arbite need stand in every street if every man is ready to kill his own reflection for disobedience. I once saw a trial where 3 psychers were accused together, their chains binding them into one shuddering mass. The first sobbed, begging forgiveness. The second screamed until his throat tore. The third stood silent, eyes locked on the crowd. The Arbites declared all guilty, yet the silence of the third spread through the gallery like a contagion. No one spoke for hours afterward, afraid that even words of loyalty might carry treachery. Days later, an entire Habblock went silent too, refusing to speak until Arbites purged them. Madness spreads in many ways, sometimes through screams, sometimes through whispers, sometimes through silence too complete to bear. The madness trials are not unique to psychers, though psychers are most frequent victims. Ordinary citizens, soldiers, even priests may be dragged into the chambers when their minds falter too visibly, and once inside, the outcome is the same. A hive worker who muttered answers to machines, a guardsman who laughed at sermons, a confessor who claimed statues wept when he prayed. All were burned as warnings, not for crimes, but for cracks in sanity. The message never changes. Weakness of mind is treason. Treason is death. So the Arbites continue, clad in black, voices flat, pistols ready, passing verdicts already written. Their law less about truth than about fear, less about order than about silence. And the people continue too, watching, nodding, clapping when commanded, whispering prayers to the emperor not out of faith, but out of terror that silence might reveal the wrong thought. The madness trials remind every soul in the Imperium that sanity is not a gift, not a right, not even a privilege, but a duty, a responsibility enforced with flame. Fail in this duty, and you will not be mourned, not remembered, not forgiven. You will be erased. And erasure is mercy, for the Imperium cannot afford memory of madness. So the Arbites stand eternal, the judges of thought, the executioners of weakness, their trials less about justice than about theater, theater less about truth than about survival. And beneath the gavel, beneath the flame, beneath the silence, one truth resounds louder than verdicts. Insanity is not illness, it is betrayal. And betrayal in the Imperium always ends in fire. There comes a moment when the mind no longer distinguishes between the shadows of the warp and the shadows of walls, when the echo of boots is not certain to belong to men, when reflections hesitate a second too long before moving. And in that hesitation, entire regiments learn the price of proximity to unreality. It begins softly, too softly to draw notice, a twitch in the corner of vision, a phrase misheard, a shape mistaken. But what begins as accident becomes pattern, and what becomes pattern becomes certainty. And soon the soldier knows he is no longer standing in a trench or a hive, but in a place stitched from memory and nightmare together. The descent is never sudden, though the commissariat claims it is. They preach that madness pounces, claws unsheathed, snapping sanity like dry twigs. But the truth whispered among survivors is that it creeps in increments, so small you believe you are still whole. Long after you have already fractured, you believe the shadow moved because of wind, the whisper because of ducks, the blood because of rust, the scream because of memory, until explanations pile like corpses, each one rotting too quickly, and the stench of their collapse reveals the truth. You have been walking in unreality for longer than you dared admit. I recall the regiment stationed at the edge of the relic rift, where warp storms lashed the skies with auroras that dripped like blood, and the soldiers swore the colors entered their skin when they looked too long. At first they laughed, smearing paint upon their faces as trophies, but soon their eyes no longer agreed on what they saw. One man swore the sky burned red, another swore it bled green, another insisted it was violet. And when they drew their rifles upon each other to argue the hue of unreality, the commissar fired into the crowd until silence replaced color. Yet even silence fractured, for that night the regiment dreamt of the same impossible hue, one that none could name. And when they woke, they found their mouths bleeding from biting their own tongues, as if something had tasted words through them. The first descent is often marked not by screams but by laughter. Laughter in moments where nothing is funny, sharp bursts of mirth that rattle teeth and fracture comrades' nerves, because laughter is the sound of certainty collapsing. In one trench, a young guardsman began laughing at the sight of corpses, not out of cruelty, but recognition, swearing he knew them, each face familiar though none had served in his regiment. He begged his comrades to bury them, to honor them, though they saw only twisted bodies of heretics. His certainty infected others until more soldiers claimed to see familiar faces, until the trench filled with grief for ghosts that never existed. The commissar burned the corpses to end the debate, and the laughter finally stopped, though the soldiers never looked at each other the same way again. The descent is measured in small betrayals of reality. A rifle feels heavier though its weight has not changed. A helmet echoes with voices though the vox is silent. Boots leave prints pointing in the wrong direction. Prayers taste like ash though incense still burns. Each soldier tells himself it is nothing, a trick of exhaustion, a wound of nerves, a slip of memory. But in the galaxy of the Imperium, memory itself is a wound and exhaustion is the warp's invitation. Denial is survival, but denial is also erosion, and each denial is one stone pulled from the wall holding back the tide. In Hive Nexus, during a storm that severed astropathic lines, citizens swore entire floors disappeared at night, only to return in the morning with new numbers painted on the doors. Neighbors claimed they lived in different rooms than before, yet possessions remained unchanged, meals half-eaten, candles still burning. At first the Arbites blamed drink, then sabotage, then heresy, but when their own patrol returned swearing the stairwells doubled back upon themselves, the Inquisition declared the district folded and set it ablaze. None protested. The line between real and unreal had already dissolved, and fire was the only reality left. The descent is not only visual but physical. The body itself betrays the mind. Soldiers feel phantom hands gripping their shoulders, phantom weight pressing their chests, phantom breath on their necks when no one stands behind them. Some wait to find bruises on skin shaped like fingers they do not remember, or teeth marks in flesh no mouth could have reached. They call these warp kisses, half in jest, but when a man dies of suffocation with no mark but the impression of unseen hands, no one laughs. Commissars call it cowardice, priests call it weakness, inquisitors call it contamination, but soldiers know it is descent, the slow collapse of the line that separates what is seen from what is imagined, and they know it cannot be reversed. Once you question whether the shadow is yours, whether the voice is real, whether the blood is your own, you are already lost, and the bolt pistol is the only map back to certainty. The descent does not consume all at once. Some resist longer, holding the line of sanity until comrades crack first. But resistance is not immunity. Resistance is only delay, and delay is crueler, for it forces the survivor to watch as every friend, every squad mate, every officer slips one by one, until he stands alone, clutching a rifle heavier than his faith, whispering to himself that he is still real. And when the commissar finds him, muttering into the dark, the verdict is always the same. This is the first deep descent, not the daemons clawing through rifts, not the heretics screaming oaths, not the alien charging through fire. It is the simple fracture of the human mind, the betrayal of thought, the collapse of certainty, the realization that the line between real and unreal is not a wall but a thread, frayed, stretched, trembling, and the warp only needs a single breath to snap it. And when it snaps, there is no climbing back, only the descent remains, and the descent ends, not in screams, not in fire, not in defiance, but in silence, a silence so deep it swallows memory itself. That silence is the truest death sentence, for in it the Imperium cannot tell whether you ever lived at all. Madness is not a wound that bleeds only inward. It bleeds outward, staining every man who stands too near, spreading like smoke through lungs, like rot through grain, like plague through flesh. And in the Imperium this truth is etched sharper than scripture. A single broken mind can unmake a regiment faster than any bombardment. The heretic's bullet kills one. The Xeno's blade kills a handful. The daemon's claw kills a score, but the whisper of madness infects without sound, without sight, without resistance, and within days entire platoons collapse under weight of a thought carried from one to another like a parasite, invisible, yet voracious. It begins with one soldier faltering, eyes darting too quickly, muttering too often, laughing too softly, until his squad begins to notice, and begins to wonder. Wonder is the first step of infection, for to wonder if a man is sound is already to doubt, and doubt does not remain confined. A squad that doubts its comrade will soon doubt its sergeant, its orders, its mission, until discipline itself begins to stutter, and once discipline falters, the squad is no longer a weapon but a liability the enemy exploits, eagerly. I recall the 87th Harrowed Infantry, who held the line on Veyra's plateau against waves of cultists. Their lasguns fired steady, their officers barked orders sharp, their faith burned bright, until one man, just one, collapsed, shrieking that he saw the enemy inside their own trench. He fired wildly, striking comrades, screaming that their faces were masks. Panic spread faster than enemy charge, comrades turning rifles upon comrades, certainty dissolving in the chaos. By the time the commissars restored silence with pistols and fire, the trench was carpeted with their own dead, and the enemy advanced, laughing, for victory had been purchased without lifting a blade. Madness is contagious, not because it is believed, but because it is feared, and fear spreads quicker than bullets, quicker than fire, quicker than commands, shouted into wind. When one man trembles, others feel tremors within themselves. When one man doubts, others begin searching their own thoughts for cracks, and in searching they find them, for all minds are fragile, under endless war. A single faltering soldier becomes a mirror in which others see their own weakness, and once seen, weakness cannot be forgotten. The infection grows in silence, carried by glances, by mutters, by prayers whispered too loudly. A guardsman who hears voices becomes dangerous, not because his voices command him, but because others begin to listen too, straining in the quiet, asking themselves if perhaps they hear them also. A guardsman who sees phantoms drags others into his sight, for men who fight side by side begin to share imagination as easily as rations. What he claims infects them, and soon an entire squad swears the shadows are moving, though none had seen it before his words planted the seed. Madness grows not from proof but from suggestion, and suggestion is a weapon sharper than any bayonet. The plague does not stop at the squad. A squad infected spreads fear to the platoon, rumors trickling upward into officers' ears until orders themselves are questioned. Officers shout louder, strike harsher, punish quicker, but their fury is only fuel, proof to their men that something truly is wrong. Soon platoons falter, regiments stagger, worlds tremble, all from one cracked mind, whose whispers refuse to die with him. On Corvith Prime a single psyker faltered, muttering names no one else knew, eyes bleeding tears of fire. The Arbites executed him instantly, but not before half the regiment had heard him speak those names. For days afterward soldiers dreamed the names, whispered them unconsciously, wrote them on walls, carved them into skin. Executions multiplied, yet infection spread faster, until entire companies marched into the wasteland chanting, abandoning posts, abandoning officers, abandoning reality itself. The world fell within a month, not from enemy siege, but from a thought too sharp to contain. This is why commissars kill swiftly, why Arbites purge entire blocks, why the Inquisition burns worlds. They know madness is never individual. It is epidemic, and epidemics demand fire. Mercy for one is death for thousands, so there is no mercy. A single bolt round may preserve a regiment, a single pyre may preserve a world, a single exterminatus may preserve a sector. The calculus is brutal, but the Imperium survives only through brutality, and in that survival lies its endless cruelty. Madness spreads even when unspoken, for fear itself is language enough. Men see another executed for instability, and though no words were shared, their minds begin to imagine what instability feels like, whether they too have trembled, whether their dreams count as weakness. And in imagining they begin the descent, their own thoughts becoming suspects, their own memories traitors, until silence itself becomes dangerous, for silence hides too much. It is said, a regiment is strongest not in its weapons but in its unity, and madness severs unity, faster than any shell. A squad that trusts one another will march into fire without hesitation, but a squad that suspects one another will hesitate even in safety, and hesitation is death. Thus madness kills not only those infected, but those who must fight beside them, for doubt is contagious even when unspoken, and every unspoken fear is already a crack in the wall. The Imperium teaches that loyalty is stronger than flesh, that faith is stronger than pain, that unity is stronger than death. Yet even loyalty fractures when one man falters, for loyalty is a chain, and chains break at the weakest link. A regiment chained together by discipline cannot march when one link rusts, and rust spreads faster than steel can endure. This is why the Imperium fears madness more than heresy, more than cowardice, more than treason, for madness requires no cause, no reason, no intent. It spreads without will, without plan, without enemy. And because it spreads invisibly, it cannot be fought with las guns, cannot be crushed with artillery, cannot be banished with prayer. It can only be burned, silenced, erased. So the lesson is burned into every guardsman. If your comrade falters, if his eyes wander too long, if his whispers repeat too often, if his laughter arrives too quickly, do not wait for the commissar. Report him, denounce him, abandon him, for to shelter madness is to invite infection. And infection consumes regiments, and regiments lose worlds, and worlds lose sectors, and sectors lose humanity. Madness is not an individual's death sentence, it is contagion, and contagion kills more surely than shells. And so the Imperium answers not with pity, but with fire, not with mercy, but with silence, not with hope, but with eradication. For one broken mind is never alone. It drags all who stand near into the abyss, and the abyss always hungers for more. There are men who break by accident, their minds shattering under weight of whispers, their laughter spilling from cracks they never asked to open. But there are others who break willingly, deliberately, who feed their sanity to the warp like tithes. And these are worse than madmen, because they are actors, cultists who cloak themselves in mimicry of insanity, who wield laughter not as symptom, but as weapon. They are called the Laughing Ones, though they go by 1,000 names in 1,000 regimental tales, and their laughter is never the same, twice. Sometimes a child's giggle, sometimes a soldier's chuckle, sometimes a priest's sermon twisted into hysterics, but always too loud, always too long, always too near. To the untrained ear they seem broken, harmless, lost souls already consumed, but the danger of the Laughing Ones lies in the deception, for their madness is not weakness but strategy, a mask worn to infiltrate the cracks of regiments, to turn paranoia into loyalty's assassin. They move through crowds, grinning, muttering, twitching, appearing as victims of war's cruelty, and soldiers glance at them with pity instead of suspicion, never realizing pity is the weapon's sharpest edge. For once pity is offered, defense is lowered, and when defense is lowered, the infection is already victorious. A story told among the 16th Mordian speaks of a camp where one soldier began to laugh during rations, claiming to see angels sitting cross-legged on the mess tables. His comrades mocked him gently, called him touched, but left him be, believing he was simply cracked, not dangerous. Yet within nights others began laughing too, swearing they saw the same angels, describing their robes, their faces, their words. Only later did officers realize the angels were described differently by each man, yet each insisted with certainty he was correct. By then half the camp laughed together, while the first soldier sat silently, smiling, never laughing again. When the commissars purged them all, they discovered sigils carved beneath every mess table, sigils no guardsman could have etched. The first man had been no madman but a cultist, and his laughter had been the snare that drew others into the net. The Laughing Ones understand fear better than any general. They know men fear silence, fear shadows, fear solitude, but above all they fear the sound of madness too close, too intimate, too contagious. So the cultist laughs, loudly, proudly, drawing attention, pulling suspicion, making himself the center of dread. While squads watch him, waiting for his collapse, his comrades spread whispers elsewhere, sigils painted in oil, prayers carved into ammunition crates, contamination hidden beneath the noise of laughter. When the bolt pistol finally silences the laughing man, it is already too late. The infection has spread, not through him, but through the distraction he created. In some regiments, the cultists mimic breakdowns so perfectly that even commissars hesitate, unsure whether the man twitching, weeping, laughing is victim or traitor, and in that hesitation a dozen more fall to doubt. The cultists thrive on this doubt, for doubt is their true weapon, not the blade, not the gun, but the uncertainty they breed in others. Was the man truly mad, or pretending? Was the laughter a symptom, or a mask? Did the commissar kill an innocent, or spare a traitor? Every answer is poison, for all erode trust, and without trust regiments are already corpses awaiting burial. On Hev Ignix, during a blackout, gangs of Laughing Ones roamed the lower habs, their laughter echoing in the dark. Citizens barricaded doors, certain they were surrounded by the insane, never realizing the gangs had already infiltrated their homes, carving heretical prayers into walls, while outside voices kept them paralyzed with fear. On Hive Ignix, during a blackout, gangs of laughing ones roamed the lower habs, their laughter echoing in the dark. By the time Arbites arrived, whole districts were painted with symbols glowing faintly, the laughter still echoing though no mouths moved. The Arbites purged entire levels, but whispers insist that when the fire died, laughter continued, carried through pipes like memory, unwilling to vanish. The laughing ones are feared because they are difficult to distinguish from the truly broken. The Imperium teaches its people that madness must be purged without hesitation, but hesitation creeps in when laughter may be both symptom and strategy. Kill too quickly, and you risk murdering the innocent. Wait too long and you risk sparing the traitor. The commissar's pistol wavers only here, in this grey between sanity and insanity, and in that wavering the cult thrives. The laughing ones know the Imperium's cruelty, and they use it as bait. They laugh to be executed, laugh to make martyrs, laugh to leave behind bodies that seem to prove imperial brutality. And those who see only the bodies, not the infection, begin to doubt the commissar, the Arbites, the Inquisition, even the Emperor himself. This is the cult's true purpose, not merely to kill but to hollow loyalty, to make obedience feel like cruelty, to transform fear into rebellion. A guardsman once told me he feared the laughing ones more than daemons, because daemons show their claws and teeth, but cultists show only their smiles. A daemon may be slain, its body banished, its essence sealed, but laughter cannot be killed, for it echoes, repeats, infects, remains. And once heard, you wonder if the sound you hear in the dark is only memory, or if it waits patiently to bloom again. So regiments fear laughter. Fear it more than silence, more than screams, for screams mean pain, silence means emptiness, but laughter means the line between madness and treachery has dissolved, and no one can tell who is the victim and who is the predator. In that uncertainty, entire platoons falter, for hesitation kills quicker than bullets, and hesitation is the laughing one's gift to war. Thus the Imperium decrees, laughter in the trenches, in the hives, in the manufactoria, must be silenced immediately, no matter the source. For laughter may be madness, or it may be cult, but in either case it is infection, and infection is death. And so the laughing ones thrive, their voices echoing across history, their mirth carrying contagion sharper than any weapon, until soldiers flinch at joy itself, mothers hush children who giggle, priests silence hymns sung too brightly. Laughter dies in the Imperium, smothered not by sorrow but by fear, because laughter may no longer mean happiness, it may mean heresy, and that is the triumph of the cult. Not that they kill, but that they make joy indistinguishable from betrayal, that they turn humanity's last comfort into humanity's sharpest fear. The black ships arrive without heraldry, without banners, without song, gliding into orbit like coffins too vast for any grave, their hulls darker than void, their prows silent as executioners' masks, and every soul on the planet below feels their presence before their eyes even glimpse the shadow. They do not come for armies or for cities. They do not come for resources or for conquest. They come for minds, fragile sparks that flicker too brightly. Psychers whose thoughts are doorways, and doorways in the Imperium are crimes waiting to happen. When a black ship descends, the silence of a world is broken by screams, not of the damned, not of the guilty, but of the chosen. Psychers dragged from homes, from cells, from families, shackled in black iron, bound in chains inscribed with prayers, muzzled with seals, carried like plague victims to waiting holds. To be taken aboard a black ship is not arrest but sentence, and every citizen knows it. Every mother who weeps as her child is seized, every father who dares not protest, every sibling who lowers their eyes, for to question the black ships is to join the cargo within them. The culling is merciless because mercy would doom worlds. The Imperium knows that psychers bloom like weeds, 1 in 1,000, born with eyes too open, minds too porous, and if left untended they crack, they break, they bleed the warp into reality like infection spilling from a wound. A psyker who laughs at nothing may doom a regiment. A psyker who dreams too vividly may doom a city. A psyker who whispers with shadows may doom a world. And so the black ships harvest before the laughter begins, before the dreams bloom, before the whispers find voice, culling potential before it becomes plague. The process is called the tithe, but no one mistakes it for offering. It is abduction elevated to ritual, theft transfigured into law. Cities are ordered to present their psychers, and when they fail, the Inquisition and the Arbites drag the rest, and when the Arbites fail, the Astartes arrive, and failure ends in ash. Families sometimes hide their cursed children, whispering prayers of protection, building shrines in secret, but secrets rot quickly in the Imperium, and once discovered, those families vanish entire, erased not only from life but from records, so that their bloodline exists only as smoke. The black ships' holds are not cells but morgues waiting for corpses to realize they are already dead. Shackled psychers are herded into chambers where the air itself is heavy with null fields, where the silence is not absence but suffocation, where the screams of one are swallowed before reaching ears. They travel for years across the void, packed in darkness, minds breaking long before their bodies do, and by the time Terra's orbit greets them, half are corpses, half are hollow, and a handful are still useful. The useful ones are marched to the Golden Throne, their souls consumed like fuel for a beacon that must never dim, and the rest are burned, their ashes scattered into void, their names never spoken again. Yet worse than death is the journey itself. Survivors of the black ships whisper of voices too loud, of thoughts not their own, pressed into skulls like brands, of entire chambers laughing in unison, though no joke was spoken. They speak of dreams shared by hundreds, of visions of planets burning, of daemons clawing at hulls, of themselves becoming daemons in futures that may yet come. Some say the ships themselves are haunted, that the steel remembers every shriek, that the corridors echo with centuries of prayers never answered. Others claim the ships are alive, that they feed upon the psychers, drinking their madness, storing it, carrying it across stars like disease sealed in coffins too large to bury. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica calls it duty, necessary sacrifice, salvation for mankind, but those who watch their children carried into shadows know it as something else. Erasure disguised as survival, mercy carved with chains. They know most will never return, and those who do return are not the same. Their eyes deeper, their voices strained, their minds fractured by silence too vast for any mortal to endure. These survivors are sanctioned psychers, wielded as tools, yet every soldier who marches beside them glances with suspicion, wondering when their minds will finally break, wondering how long before another black ship must come to finish what the first began. Entire worlds prepare for the arrival with rituals of dread, banners blackened, churches filled with prayers not for salvation but for concealment. People beg the Emperor to hide them, to make their minds seem dull, to disguise sparks of unwanted brilliance. V2 of Rewesu. For in the Imperium, intelligence is dangerous, imagination is heresy, and dreams are crimes waiting to be punished. And the black ships are the proof, floating above planets like silent judges, reminding every soul that to think too loudly is to invite chains. I once heard a guardsman mutter that he feared death less than the black ships, for death ends quickly, but the black ships make death last years, years of silence, years of chains, years of voices pressed too tightly together, until even memory is consumed. He said he would rather charge a daemon than hear the hum of a black ship's engines, for at least daemons kill honestly. He was executed for treason, but his words lingered, passed quietly among squads, repeated in dugouts, whispered during marches. Death is mercy, the black ships are not. The madness they cull is not limited to psychers alone. Those left behind are infected by absence, families hollowed by loss, cities scarred by silence. Some mothers never speak again, their voices burned out the moment chains clamped on their children's wrists. Some fathers drink until they collapse, muttering that their bloodline has been erased. Communities fracture, trust falters, because no one knows who will be taken next, who will betray whom, who will survive the next tithe. Thus the black ships do not only harvest psychers, they harvest sanity itself, uprooting entire worlds with fear sharper than famine. The Imperium cannot survive without them, yet cannot bear them, loves them as weapons and hates them as wounds, praises them as salvation and condemns them as disease. This paradox is carved into every trial, every sermon, every purge, and the black ships are its truest symbol. Coffins filled with mines, funeral processions drifting across stars, sanity culled before it blooms into madness. And in their shadows one truth echoes across the galaxy: insanity is death, but for psychers, even sanity is not survival. The Imperium trains psychers not to save them but to delay them, to bind their minds in chains of ritual and discipline, so they may burn a little slower than the rest, useful flames before inevitable ash, weapons held aloft, even as the handles smolder in the hands of those who wield them. Sanctioned psychers are not free men or women, not citizens in truth, but prisoners on parole, walking death sentences whose execution has merely been postponed until the day their cracks widen too far. And when that day comes, the bolt pistol ends them swiftly, without ceremony, without mourning. Their lives are built upon knife edges, every thought tested, every dream examined, every word dissected for signs of infection. For the warp is not patient, it claws at their minds every moment, whispering not in intervals but in floods, pressing temptation, pressing visions, pressing truths too heavy for sanity to hold. And so they walk between worlds, half in reality, half in storm, their eyes haunted, their hands trembling, their prayers whispered in tones too desperate to be called faith, too terrified to be called loyalty, too weary to be called hope. The Scholastia Psychana teaches them from childhood that they are cursed, that their gift is poison, that their thoughts are wounds upon the galaxy. And though some resist, clinging to pride or defiance, most are broken into obedience long before they wear their sanctioning seals. They kneel in cells for years, learning to bind visions in words of high Gothic, learning to breathe in rhythms measured by candles, learning to scream only when commanded. And when they graduate, they are not men or women, but tools sharpened by fear. Yet even sharpened tools can slip. The battlefield is louder than any cathedral, heavier than any classroom, crueler than any instructor, and sanctioned psychers are thrown into trenches and void ships, where the warp presses closer, where fear sharpens its claws, where voices wait patiently for cracks. Soldiers glance at them with suspicion, muttering prayers whenever they pass, hands tightening on rifles, fingers tracing aquilers. For all know, the psyker may break at any moment, and when he breaks he will not break alone. He will drag all around him into the abyss. I recall the tale of sanctioned psyker Rael, who marched with the 34th Krieg during the siege of Varos. He fought bravely, his mind a shield that turned aside flames, his will a torch that lit the trench line. Yet one night, he woke up muttering the names of every soldier in his regiment, reciting them in perfect order, even those already dead. When the commissar demanded an explanation, he wept, claiming he had seen their souls walking into the fog, one by one, never returning. His comrades begged for his life, swearing he had saved them countless times, but the commissar did not hesitate. Rael was executed at dawn, his ashes scattered before the regiment marched again. His service was remembered, but his madness was not. The sanctioned psyker lives knowing this end is certain, that no loyalty, no victory, no miracle will save him once suspicion falls. He may hold back daemons with bleeding eyes, guide ships through storms that would swallow fleets, read thoughts to root out heresy. Yet all deeds mean nothing when the whispers grow louder than the prayers, when the shadows in his mind outnumber the stars. Then the knife edge cuts, and his life falls, and the bolt pistol delivers the only mercy the Imperium permits. Some psychers last decades, their discipline iron, their minds honed like blades, their loyalty unwavering. They become legends whispered in trenches, names spoken with awe and dread. Yet even they walk under the shadow, for age does not dull the warp's hunger, and in the end they too falter, and their executions are quieter but no less final. Others break swiftly, unable to endure the storm, their sanctioning seals barely dry before their eyes glow, their mouths pour heresy, their hands twist into claws. These are executed publicly, their deaths spectacles meant to remind others that even the chosen fall, that no one escapes the knife's edge forever. The tragedy is that sanctioned psychers often want nothing more than peace, silence, a night without voices, a prayer that does not echo. They beg the Emperor not for power, not for glory, but for rest, and rest is the one thing they will never know. Their minds are battlegrounds, their thoughts trenches, their dreams battlefields, and they march endlessly, weapons pointed outward while war rages forever inward. The soldiers around them fear them, yet rely on them, despise them, yet cling to them, for psychers are shields and guides, weapons and eyes, tools that cannot be discarded without cost. The paradox breeds resentment, for every guardsman knows his life may be spared today by a psyker's will, only to be consumed tomorrow by that same will cracking. Trust becomes impossible, and impossibility breeds paranoia, and paranoia breeds infection. This is why sanctioned psychers are watched more closely than traitors, why commissars never stand far, why arbites keep files thicker than Bibles. Sanction does not mean safety, it means surveillance, and surveillance never ends, because suspicion never ends. A psyker's life is not his own. It belongs to the Imperium, to the Emperor, to the Inquisition, and to the fire that waits for the inevitable fracture. And so they walk their lives upon blades, every step another cut, every breath another wound, their deaths promised long before their births. They are necessary, indispensable, unavoidable, and yet hated, feared, despised, executed, and erased. They are mankind's most potent weapons, and mankind's most fragile curses, living testament to the truth that sanity is never guaranteed, that insanity is never far, that the warp waits always, smiling. For sanctioned psychers are not spared, they are only delayed, and in the Imperium, delay is the closest thing to mercy a cursed soul will ever know. Commanders are the spine of the Imperial Guard, their orders the marrow that keeps regiments standing, their certainty the illusion that keeps men from realizing how close they already march to graves dug shallow by endless war. When that spine bends, when that marrow rots, when that certainty cracks, the fracture is not confined to one man but spreads outward, poisoning squads, platoons, whole armies, until the chain of command collapses into silence more fatal than any enemy bombardment. The tragedy of commanders is that they are expected to carry the weight of impossibility with faces carved from stone, to command when outnumbered, to demand victory when ammunition dwindles, to promise survival when every trench already smells of corpses. Their men look to them not for truth but for lies polished into hope. And so they lie endlessly, lie convincingly, lie until they themselves forget what is lie and what is real. And when the lies unravel, the officer unravels with them, dragged into madness not by weakness but by the burden of bearing the impossible too long. I recall the siege of Harrowden, where Colonel Draven held 3 regiments against tides of cultists. His men swore he never slept, that he strode the lines at all hours, eyes sharp, voice steady, promising reinforcements, promising supplies, promising salvation. They believed him, and belief carried them through weeks of slaughter. But when the truth came, that no reinforcements were coming, that the Munitorum had abandoned them, that their world was written off, the colonel's face broke. He sat in the mud, whispered to shadows, laughed when shells fell, and within days he was shouting orders to ghosts. His men followed for a while, desperate, until they realized the orders led them nowhere. The commissar ended him with a bolt round, but the damage was already done. The regiments scattered, discipline dissolved, the enemy swept through trenches unopposed. One man's fracture had killed thousands. Commanders fall more violently than common soldiers, for their madness infects not by whispers but by authority. When an officer mutters to himself, his men echo him, believing his words are visions. When he panics, his men panic louder, believing his fear is proof. When he falters, the regiment falters, for trust flows downward like blood through veins, and poisoned blood spreads faster than wounds can heal. There was once a captain, on the void ship Mortalis, who began hearing voices through the Vox, voices no one else could detect. He swore the Emperor himself was guiding him, giving coordinates, commands, promises of victory. The crew obeyed for weeks, steering into storms, into silence, into darkness, until the ship drifted far from charted stars. Only when the navigator collapsed screaming did they realize the captain's voice had never been divine. By then the crew had already mutinied, half in faith, half in despair, and the Inquisition found nothing but wreckage when they came. The tragedy of commanders is that they are never permitted weakness. A soldier may tremble, a psyker may falter, even a priest may waver, but an officer must never break. Their discipline is the discipline of thousands, their faith the faith of whole regiments, their silence, the silence that keeps the warp at bay. And so they bury their fear deeper, swallow their doubts harder, grind their teeth until blood fills their mouths, yet even iron cracks under enough weight, and commanders carry the weight of worlds. When they break, they do not always scream. Some grow silent, staring into maps for hours, tracing lines that do not exist, moving markers in patterns that no one understands. Their aides whisper that they plot victories unseen, but the veterans know better. Those patterns are madness given shape, strategies of ghosts, commands of whispers, and when men march into those patterns, they march into death, and death spreads through ranks until bodies outnumber bullets. Other commanders break in rage, fury too sharp to be controlled, turning bolters upon their own men for imagined cowardice, purging loyal squads for crimes uncommitted. The commissariat often joins them at first, mistaking cruelty for discipline, until cruelty consumes itself, until whole companies vanish, not from enemy fire, but from their own officers' paranoia. By then it is too late. Madness has already poisoned the chain of command, and no execution can cleanse the rot. The Imperium never mourns commanders who falter. Their names are erased, their victories attributed to others, their legacies silenced. Soldiers whisper their stories in fear, but never aloud, for to admit officers break is to admit the Imperium itself is not unbreakable. Yet the stories linger, for every guardsman has seen a commander stare too long into fog, whisper too long into silence, smile too wide at orders too cruel. And every guardsman knows what comes next: the bolt pistol, the purge, the silence. The tragedy is not that commanders go mad, but that they must go mad, for no mind can carry the weight of such lies forever, and lies are the Imperium's lifeblood. They are asked to demand victory in unwinnable wars, to promise survival in hopeless sieges, to look men in the eyes and tell them death is glory, suffering is virtue, failure is heresy. To believe such words is madness. To repeat them daily is worse, and in that endless repetition, the commander fractures, not from weakness but from loyalty too heavy to endure. When commanders fall, regiments fall, and when regiments fall, worlds fall. And yet the Imperium demands officers rise again, demands new spines to carry weight that has already broken 1,000 before. It is an endless cycle, cruelty carved into flesh, tragedy disguised as duty, sanity consumed to fuel wars that never end. And so commanders continue walking their own knife edges, balancing lies and hope, faith and despair, sanity and madness, until the day comes when they too falter. And when they falter, the regiment does not ask why, does not ask how, does not ask if it could have been prevented. The regiment only lowers its eyes, raises its rifles, and waits for another voice to tell them what to do. For in the Imperium, commanders are not men, they are masks, and masks crack, and when they crack, the face beneath is never spared. The Imperium builds hives to last 1,000 years. Towers of ferrocrete and steel stacked higher than mountains, warrens of manufactoria, temples, hab blocks, and markets crammed with billions, each life another cog in a machine, too vast to comprehend. But every machine has fault lines, and when those lines are pressure tested by silence, by whispers, by starvation, by war, the cracks do not remain confined to individuals. They spread across districts, across levels, across the entire city, until the hive itself shudders as though alive with madness. What begins with one man muttering prayers in the wrong cadence can end with millions, swearing the same litany, entire streets chanting in unison to voices only they can hear. And when that happens, no Arbeit squad, no commissar, no inquisitorial fire is enough to cauterize the wound without burning the entire city to ash. Cities do not collapse like walls struck with artillery. They bend, they warp, they fracture piece by piece, sanity dissolving in corridors, long before the collapse becomes visible. The warning signs are always dismissed at first, workers refusing to eat because their rations smell of lies, children screaming in laughter during sermons, hab block doors locking themselves without mechanism. Manufactoria machines, running with no operators, but producing weapons etched with words no one admits to writing. These are called anomalies in official reports, aberrations, accidents, but the people living in the shadowed corridors call them what they are. Cracks in reality, madness spreading like mold. The silence of abandoned worlds is terrible, but worse is the noise of a hive in descent. For when a city begins to crack, it does not fall into quiet. It howls, walls groaning, vox systems screaming static, vents whistling prayers, millions of voices blending into a chorus too vast to be ignored. And in that noise lies terror sharper than demonic claws, because the noise is not uniform, not ordered, but fragmented, fractured, carrying the dissonance of a billion minds breaking in unison, but never together. I remember Hive Estrelis, where the first reports spoke of curfews ignored, then of sermons replaced by laughter, then of Arbeits patrols lost in tunnels that bent back upon themselves. Within weeks, whole districts swore they saw faces in the walls, faces mouthing words too quietly to hear, but too clearly to mistake. Families tore themselves apart, fathers accusing sons of betrayal, mothers turning knives on daughters for whispering the wrong names at night. The Inquisition arrived too late, for the city was already alive, breathing through vents, speaking through elevators, laughing through vox channels that no one controlled. The purge was absolute. Orbital fire reduced it to rubble, and still the rubble whispered in static when approached. Psychosis spreads differently in hives than in regiments, because in hives the infection multiplies geometrically, paranoia feeding on density, hallucination feeding on overcrowding, suspicion feeding on surveillance. In one hab block a man may mutter that the air tastes of ash, and by morning an entire floor refuses to breathe. In one manufactorum, a worker may claim the machines are singing, and by week's end the entire workforce refuses to turn them off for fear of angering them. What begins as a symptom in one mind becomes ritual in millions, and ritual in millions is indistinguishable from worship, and worship is what the warp craves most. When cities crack, the Arbeits do not enforce law, they enforce survival. Streets are locked, districts quarantined, sermons shortened, curfews imposed with bolters. They line up citizens for sanity checks, forcing them to recite litanies, to stare at holy icons, to denounce imagined heresies, and those who falter are executed immediately, their bodies burned where they fall. Yet even this is not enough, for the true infection lies not in individuals but in the collective, the mass hallucination that turns cities into cults without leaders, prayers into blasphemy without heretics, madness into identity. There is a name whispered for this phenomenon: hive-wide psychosis events, not uprisings, not heresy, not rebellion, events, as if the city itself chose to fracture, as if the population had no will but to obey the cracks already spreading through its foundations. In such events, every citizen becomes suspect, every voice suspect, every breath suspect, until the only certainty left is fire. And so the Imperium burns cities not because they are lost to enemies, but because they are lost to themselves. Madness, once communal, cannot be undone. It cannot be reasoned with, cannot be purged without killing millions, cannot be isolated, because the isolation itself becomes proof of conspiracy. The only cure is erasure, and erasure is always carried out with orbital bombardment, with virus bombs, with firestorms. This is the truth of hive worlds. They do not fall from shells or starvation alone, but from madness multiplied until walls themselves believe. And once the city believes, there is no returning. Only ash remains, and silence that remembers. The Night Lords do not fight wars to win them quickly, nor do they descend upon worlds for conquest alone. For conquest requires order, discipline, chains of command, and these renegade sons of Nostramo crave no order but fear. They are not armies but predators, and their weapon is not bolter or blade but terror sharpened into a psychological infection, a sickness of the mind that spreads faster than last fire and consumes entire populations long before the first chainsword carves flesh. Where the Astra Militarum rely on discipline, and the Astartes of loyal legions rely on honor, the Night Lords wield madness as strategy, turning cities into slaughterhouses long before their talons drip with blood. They descend upon a world with shadows, cutting power grids, blacking out hive levels, silencing vox networks, turning familiar homes into mazes of dark, until every man, woman and child begins to feel watched, begins to tremble at corners, begins to imagine claws scraping too close to their ears. Fear is not their tool, it is their art, their gospel, their inheritance from curs, whose vision of humanity was always one of terror as law, madness as order. They do not kill to conquer, they kill to show others how easily they could be killed, to turn survival itself into insanity, to twist every heartbeat into dread that never fades. I remember the stories of Hive Kolvarth, where the lights died in every sector within minutes, where the skies above burned only with lightning from storm clouds seeded deliberately by orbital bombardment. Citizens wandered blindly in the dark, hearing footsteps echoing on ferrocrete, hearing wings unfurl where no creature should fly, hearing laughter layered with vox distortion, half human, half machine, half daemon. By the time the Night Lords revealed themselves, weeks had passed, and the hive was already fractured, neighbors killing neighbors for imagined betrayals, arbites turning bolters upon citizens who screamed too loudly, priests silenced for whispering too gently. When the Night Lords struck, the hive welcomed death, for death was mercy compared to shadows that never slept. Their terror is meticulous, calculated, ritualized. They know men fear the dark, so they become the dark, painting themselves in shadows, cutting vox feeds with whispers, mutilating corpses into warnings displayed like scripture across hab block walls. They know women fear for children, so they leave dolls carved from bones, voices of infants replayed through vox throats, lullabies reversed into screams. They know faith sustains, so they desecrate shrines not with fire but with mockery, icons turned backward, oculas painted to leer, priests nailed to ceilings where they appear to smile upside down upon congregations that dare gather. The madness spreads not because the Night Lords kill, but because they do not kill enough. Survivors carry fear deeper, spreading it like plague, whispering what they saw, what they think they saw, what they know they will see again. And whispers are stronger than any proclamation, for whispers breed suspicion, suspicion breeds paranoia, and paranoia breeds collapse. By the time the Night Lords advance in force, the enemy has already dissolved, killing itself in panic, surrendering in despair, collapsing into madness. There is a saying whispered among the guard, better the quick death of the World Eaters than the long night of the Night Lords. Pondering Wizanites, the Night Lords, for the World Eaters kill clean, swift, brutal but honest in their savagery, while the Night Lords kill slowly, deliberately, not always with blades but with patience, until you beg them to finish what they started. One story speaks of a garrison where Night Lords infiltrated vox channels, imitating commanders' voices. Orders shifted subtly, patrols sent into dead ends, squads redirected into ambushes, reinforcements held back for hours. Men obeyed until they realized their officers stood silent, mouths unmoving, while their voices barked from radios. By then trust had evaporated, men shooting their sergeants, sergeants executing squads, squads deserting en masse. When the Night Lords finally entered, they found soldiers slaughtered by their own comrades, their work complete before a single talon was drawn. The Night Lords are more than warriors, they are sculptors of insanity, artists of fear. They carve madness into worlds, shaping it with precision, letting it ripen like fruit until the rot bursts. To them, the true victory is not the body count, but the silence afterward, when survivors tremble, unable to trust shadows, unable to sleep without hearing wings, unable to pray without hearing laughter echo behind every word. The Imperium fears them not because they are powerful. There are legions more numerous, heretics more destructive, but because they are reminders that fear itself is weapon enough, that madness is sharper than bolters, that insanity spreads more effectively than daemons. And in that reminder lies the truth of the Imperium itself, for what the Night Lords wield deliberately, the Imperium wields unconsciously, fear as law, terror as discipline, madness as survival. So when cities crack under Night Lord's terror, they do not crack loudly, but softly, insidiously. Streets empty as curfews become voluntary, shrines fall silent as priests refuse to speak, families sit motionless in darkened habs, waiting, always waiting, until waiting itself becomes worship. The Night Lords do not need to kill such people. They are already dead, their sanity gone, their loyalty gone, their faith hollowed out by fear. And when the first chain axe rises, when the first talon strikes, the slaughter is not conquest, it is punctuation, a final stroke written upon minds already devoured by the art of terror. The galaxy knows the orcs as brutes, green-skinned beasts of endless appetite for war. But the truth is crueler than simple savagery, for the war is not only a tide of muscle and iron, but a psychic storm, an echo that infects the very air, the very ground, the very minds of those who stand too near. To fight the orcs is to fight not only their bodies but their presence, their collective hunger for violence that bleeds into reality, whispering to all around that war is inevitable, unavoidable, and necessary. The war is not mere battle cry. It is resonance, psychic power generated by millions of orcs, believing the same thing at once. Their crude minds aligned in desire for slaughter, their shared hunger shaping the warp like hammers shaping metal. And though humans pride themselves on discipline, though commissars bark that men are iron, the truth is weaker. Human minds fracture before that storm, bending not from fear but from frenzy, caught in echoes not their own. I remember the fall of Bastion Ardent, where regiments of Astra Militarum were deployed to hold against an orc horde. At first they fought bravely, lasguns cutting down waves, artillery roaring, discipline, holding steady. But as the days stretched, something changed, not in the orcs, but in the men. Soldiers began to shout louder, laugh while charging, tear helmets from their heads as though the weight restrained them. They struck the dead with bayonets long after victory, shrieking oaths in voices not entirely their own. The commissars executed dozens, yet the frenzy spread faster than bullets could silence, until guardsmen fought with fists against tanks, clawing bare-handed at iron, eyes wild, mouths foaming with words no human tongue should know. This is the curse of the war. Its psychic echo drowns the discipline of armies, turning opponents into reflections of the same madness they face. Orcs fight with savagery, but their greatest weapon is the ability to make others fight savagely too, to make humans abandon order, abandon faith, abandon tactics, to embrace violence for violence sake. And when that happens, the orcs always win, for no one matches their hunger when reason is gone. Some worlds resist at first, fortifying cities, locking doors, reciting prayers, but the echoes seep through walls, through vox channels, through dreams. Civilians wake screaming battle cries, children clench fists in sleep, priests preach litanies, louder and louder, until their throats tear. Entire hives descend into riot before the first orc ship lands, driven not by invasion, but by resonance, by the psychic contagion of war approaching. The Mechanicus calls it bleed, the Inquisition calls it psychic pollution, soldiers call it frenzy, but whatever name is given, the result is the same. Men become beasts, beasts become weapons, and weapons turn upon everything until the ground itself becomes an altar to madness. On Veyrak the Fall, Arbite's records show an entire district slaughtered itself before the Warga, even breached orbit. Neighbors stormed neighbors with kitchen blades, workers tore machines apart with bare hands, mothers drowned children in fountains before drowning themselves. When the orcs arrived, they found streets already painted in blood, corpses stacked like barricades, windows shattered by stones thrown in riots. The orcs roared with laughter, claiming the humans had prepared the battlefield for them. They were not wrong. This is why the Imperium fears the Warga. Beyond numbers, numbers can be calculated, weapons can be measured, logistics can be tallied, but frenzy cannot be predicted, cannot be contained. How do you defend against an enemy who makes your own soldiers crave slaughter, who infects your thoughts with their hunger until your faith is no longer prayer, but scream? Commissars fight harder during Warga, so than in any other war, their pistols cracking endlessly, purging not orcs but guardsmen, whose eyes glow too bright with madness. They know hesitation spreads, but frenzy spreads faster, and so they cut down the infected swiftly, even as their squads beg for mercy. The Inquisition arrives too, testing for corruption, but their verdict is always the same: purge, burn, silence, for frenzy leaves no survivors untainted. The worst truth is that many do not resist. Many embrace the frenzy, finding in it freedom from fear, freedom from doubt, freedom from silence. For a man who has lived his life under sermons of obedience, to roar with unchained violence feels like victory, feels like truth, feels like release. And so the Warga devours, not by claw alone, but by offering humanity its own darkest desire, to kill without reason, to scream without prayer, to burn without hesitation. And when the echoes fade, when the Warga moves on, what remains are cities in ruins, populations fractured, survivors trembling in silence, unable to remember whether they fought the orcs or became them. The orcs do not care. They do not need to care. For the echo remains, faint but eternal, a reminder carved into every survivor's bones. War is not survival. War is hunger, and hunger is endless. The Imperium is not an empire of memory but of silence, and nowhere is this clearer than in its archives, where history is not preserved but edited, rewritten, erased, until nothing remains of the broken except ash on winds and empty spaces in ledgers. Madness is not only executed in flesh, it is executed in ink, purged from records as though those who cracked never lived at all, their names forbidden, their deeds forgotten, their existence swallowed so completely that even grief is denied to those who once loved them. The cost of survival in this galaxy is not counted in bodies alone, but in truth destroyed, in stories silenced, in memories ground beneath bureaucracy, until the only history left is that of obedience. A guardsman executed for whispers is not recorded as mad but as expended in service. A regiment dissolved by paranoia is listed as redeployed to other duties. A hive purged for psychosis becomes lost to xeno invasion. The lie is mercy, the erasure of survival, for to admit madness is to admit weakness, and weakness is heresy that cannot be allowed to echo forward. The administratum is meticulous in this silence. Clerks strike names with pens that feel heavier than bolters, their ink blacker than ash, their hands trembling though they never admit it. They file reports stamped with purity seals, certifying that entire populations did not scream themselves to death, that regiments did not slaughter themselves in paranoia, that psychers did not dream cities into ruin. The files are locked, sealed and burned, the ash scattered into furnaces that consume heresy as fuel. And so the Imperium survives not by learning from madness but by forgetting it ever existed. On Hive Kalis, when an entire manufactorum began chanting in unison to voices none else could hear, Arbites burned every worker inside. Records listed the deaths as industrial accident. Families were told their loved ones died heroically, machinery malfunctioning the cause. No one spoke of the chanting. No one admitted to hearing it through vox lines that never connected. No one dared whisper of the laughter that lingered in pipes weeks after the purge. For to speak of it was to admit it happened, and to admit it happened was to invite its return. The Inquisition enforces this silence with fire and decree. When a regiment collapses to paranoia, they do not investigate, they eradicate. Officers are executed, soldiers purged, records sealed. They know the infection of madness spreads not only through whispers but through memory, that even to study it is to risk believing it, and belief is the warp's favorite door. Better ignorance than infection, better silence than survival of a truth too dangerous to speak aloud. And so the Imperium loses more than men. It loses itself, piece by piece, erasing not only the mad but the memory of them. Cities vanish not in rubble but in redacted ink. Regiments vanish not in death but in reassignment. Worlds vanish not in fire but in blank spaces on maps where stars are said never to have shone. What remains is an empire of curated truth, a fortress built not from ferocrete, but from lies repeated so often, they become indistinguishable from faith. I once held a report marked Exterminatus on a world said to be lost to Tyranids. High. But buried beneath layers of seals was another truth. The Tyranids had never landed. High. The people had torn themselves apart after a psychic storm, entire continents consumed by paranoia and hallucination. No enemy had struck them. They had simply broken, and the Imperium could not permit such weakness to be remembered. High. Better to blame Xenos than to admit fragility. Better to burn history than to risk it repeating. This is the cost of survival. Knowledge lost, lessons unlearned, history sacrificed. For the Imperium knows that to remember the mad is to keep them alive, and to keep them alive is to invite their whispers back into the present. And so it burns, endlessly, not just people, not just cities, but truths. Yet erasure breeds tragedy of its own. Families grieve in silence, denied even the dignity of memory, denied names to curse or graves to weep upon. Regiments march with banners that once bore names erased, their victories hollow because the comrades who fought beside them are no longer permitted to exist. Priests preach sermons that contradict yesterday's records, citizens nodding as if they do not remember otherwise, because to remember otherwise is to invite suspicion, and suspicion is death. The Imperium survives by forgetting, but forgetting is also an infection, a quiet psychosis disguised as loyalty. Citizens learn not to trust their own memories, soldiers learn not to trust their own eyes, priests learn not to trust their own sermons. And in that distrust lies a madness deeper than any whisper, a madness enforced by decree, a madness that smiles with seals and stamps. So the cost of survival is not victory, not hope, not truth, it is silence. Silence in archives, silence in Vox channels, silence in prayers where names once lived. Madness burns, and with it burns history, until nothing remains but obedience and ash. And the galaxy turns, endlessly, ruled by silence deeper than any void, silence that remembers more than it forgets, silence that echoes with whispers of all that was erased. For in the Imperium, survival means forgetting the mad, and forgetting the mad means forgetting ourselves. The 112th Veran Dragoons were not a weak regiment, not green conscripts pulled from hive factories or farmers pressed into uniforms still stinking of soil, but veterans hardened by 6 campaigns, men and women who had stared down Xenos cultists and traitor marines, and survived with discipline intact, banners unbroken, and faith unwavering. Yet in the end they did not fall to bolter or blade, not to the fury of the enemy or the indifference of the Munitorum, but to themselves, consumed from within by the slow contagion of paranoia, their unity dissolving until nothing remained but suspicion sharpened into murder. The collapse began quietly, too quietly for the commissars to notice, in the trenches outside Hive Mordrak, where the enemy had gone silent after weeks of assault. The sudden quiet pressed heavier than bombardment, and into that quiet slipped whispers, men claiming to see shapes in no man's land, shadows rising where artillery had struck, voices calling their names from the fog. At first these were dismissed as nerves, exhaustion, the usual cracks soldiers suffer after too many sleepless nights. But then rifles began to fire at shadows, grenades thrown at empty ground, squads wasting ammunition on ghosts no auspex detected, and soon every man was certain that someone among them had already been replaced. The first execution was a corporal, accused of muttering strange prayers. He swore he had only recited the catechisms, but his squad insisted his words bent in places, syllables twisted, cadences wrong. The commissar shot him to restore order, but the shot only proved to the others that the threat was real. Why kill an innocent unless guilt was certain? From then on suspicion grew like fire. Men stared at each other too long, watching mouths move, listening for mistakes in prayer, waiting for eyes to flicker wrong. Sleep became impossible, for comrades feared what their bunkmates might do if they closed their eyes. The paranoia spread faster than any enemy assault. Squads stopped sharing rations, officers stopped trusting Vox messages, units isolated themselves in trenches, refusing orders, convinced commands had been corrupted by unseen traitors. The chain of command dissolved as lieutenants accused sergeants of heresy, sergeants accused squads of infiltration, squads accused officers of betrayal. Each accusation demanded blood, and each execution demanded more. By the time the commissariat realized the scale of collapse, it was already too late. Loyalty was fractured beyond repair. Reports recovered later by the Inquisition described soldiers carving purity seals into their own flesh, convinced their comrades would only trust visible proof of loyalty. Others cut out their tongues, claiming silence was safer than speech, that voices could betray them even without intent. Patrols wandered into no man's land and never returned, not because the enemy took them, but because their comrades refused to open the trench gates when they returned, certain they were impostors. Whole platoons starved in isolation, surrounded not by foes but by allies who no longer believed them human. The final collapse came when Colonel Rizak himself was accused. He had commanded the dragoons for decades, a man whose word had once been iron, but when he faltered during a sermon, pausing too long between litanies, his men saw hesitation as heresy. They swarmed him, tore him apart with bayonets, shouting that he had already been claimed by shadows. When commissars tried to restore order with executions, the soldiers turned on them too, convinced the bolt pistols were silencing the innocent to shield the guilty. By the end, the trenches were filled not with enemies, but with the regiment's own corpses, comrades slaughtered by comrades, loyalty drowned in suspicion. When the Inquisition arrived weeks later, they found the defenses abandoned, the dragoons annihilated without a single enemy assault. The heretics who had once besieged the hive walked freely through empty trenches, laughing at banners shredded by friendly hands, victory gifted to them without firing a shot. The official report listed the regiment as expended in combat, their sacrifice praised in sermons, their memory sealed in honor. But those who read the hidden files knew the truth. The 112th Veran Dragoons had collapsed not from shells, not from daemons, not from starvation, but from paranoia spreading like plague, devouring them alive. This is the fate the Imperium fears more than defeat, more than destruction, more than heresy, that its armies will destroy themselves before the enemy arrives. That madness will consume more than bolters ever could. And so the truth was burned, names erased, history rewritten, leaving nothing but silence where once a regiment stood, silence that warns but cannot be spoken. The cost of madness is never borne by one man. It devours all who stand beside him, and once it spreads, no banner, no oath, no discipline can halt it. The regiment dies, and the world dies with it. Thus the 112th Veran Dragoons vanished from memory, their banners burned, their names stricken, their graves dug by their own hands, and the Imperium marched on, pretending they never existed, because to remember them would be to remember how fragile sanity truly is. The ecclesiarchy does not debate the mind, it disciplines it, hammering thought into shape with hymns and lashes until obedience sounds like faith and silence passes for miraculous serenity. In their cathedrals of stone and smoke, where incense climbs like surrender and candles burn like tiny confessions, the priests declare with iron certainty that madness is not illness but rebellion disguised as trembling. A man who hears voices has not fallen sick, they say. He has opened doors without permission, inviting guests with fanged smiles to sit at the altar of his skull. And because doors must be sealed with nails rather than words, the ecclesiarchy keeps coffers full of nails, each stamped with prayers that bite deeper than iron ever learned to bite. Confessionals become tribunals whenever sobbing falters, their latticed windows smelling of wax and old fear, the confessor's silhouette swelling like judgment, while the penitent shakes through rehearsed apologies. The priest listens for doctrine, not detail, measuring cadence like a warden measures iron bars, seeking slips in creed that reveal the mind, dragging chains against walls unseen. What shape were the whispers, the confessor intones, and did they salute the throne before promising comfort? Because the answer determines whether penance is fasting or fire, flagellation or fumigation. For in these halls mercy is a schedule, and schedules are engraved in brass beside the rack where a sermon's length is calibrated against how quickly sins ignite. On shrine worlds, penitents travel in ragged processions, faces hidden beneath ashes that taste like old commandments, seeking absolution with knees that know the exact number of stones between pilgrimage stations. But the ecclesiarchy understands pilgrimage can disguise infection, and so every station hosts a retinue of readers who weigh voices against liturgies, searching for syllables bent the way a blade betrays counterfeit temper. A trembling admission earns blessings boiled in lie and poured across the tongue until even innocence tastes sterile as a hospital's polished knives. Recalcitrant visions merit choir-assisted conflagration, the hymnals turning pages exactly when the flames rise, because timing is doctrine, and doctrine despises unscheduled miracles as fever wearing a halo crookedly. Flagellants wander the nave aisles like ambulatory warnings, backs flayed into texts nobody wants to read, announcing with each strike that pain is cheaper than doubt when budgets prefer certainty. The priests nod, because spectacle is catechesis for crowds, and crowds learn quickest from scars that resemble fonts of authoritative handwriting. Children from the schola memorize those backs as maps to safety, tracing the scars with timid fingers after lessons, promising never to travel where letters have unraveled into screams shaped like psalms. And the instructors smile tightly, knowing promises are paper boats in stormwater gutters, lovely until the first corner drags them down with unsentimental efficiency. When sermons swell like tides and the nave's stones sweat with the breath of 1,000 frightened believers, the ecclesiarchy speaks in registers designed to anesthetize panic while sharpening obedience to a surgical edge. They do not comfort the mad, they deny them currency, refusing to trade legitimacy for sympathy, because sympathy accrues interest payable in cities falling softly apart. Their syllables are ballast, heavy sacks thrown into the hull of listing ships, and if passengers sink with the cargo, at least the vessel appears steadier through the storm. For what is a soul beside the spectacle of a cathedral remaining upright, its doors beautiful and shut, its bells accurate and unconcerned with screaming windows across the square? Redemptionist preachers take the streets where incense thins, their voices saw-toothed and bright as flensing blades, promising purification that looks indistinguishable from arson if you tilt your head correctly. They define madness as a refusal to burn at the scheduled hour, a reluctance to sing the appointed hymn at the appointed pitch in the appointed key. The crowds applaud because applause is the least expensive form of complicity, and complicity smells pleasantly of smoke when you have learned to bless the ache it leaves in your lungs. Behind them march lay brother flag squads with hymn-etched shotguns, guarding the liturgy against interruptions by dreams shaped inconveniently like widows learning to hate night. Sisters of the orders militant arrive when doctrine requires armor, steps precise as math, visors glinting with the surety of a ledger that reconciles suffering with solvency. They do not argue with hallucinations, because argument is an invitation dressed like courtesy. They extinguish invitations with promethium and leave courtesy folded upon the pew. Afterward, the priest blesses the scorched stone, and the choir sings a gentle descent to encourage memory to forget how real the screaming sounded before it resolved into funding. The faithful kneel, grateful that purity does not ask them to decide, only to agree, which is a softer word for obey with eyes closed convincingly. In out-habs and dust parishes, missionaries arrive wrapped in banners stiff with travel, eyes granular with sleeplessness, their smiles rehearsed to appear handmade rather than manufactured by need. They teach farmers that nightmares are taxation errors of the soul, payable by fasting and audit, received with stamped wafers you must swallow without chewing questions. A boy who sees lights in the well is praised for piety until the lights begin naming his neighbors, and then he is escorted behind the barn to donate testimony to ashes. The missionary returns alone, voice steady, sermon unchanged, because continuity is kinder than truth when truth requires learning to describe the smell of burning with liturgical humility. The ecclesiarchy enumerates miracles carefully, more jealous than collectors who polish glass cabinets where saints' teeth glitter like obedient stars in very small heavens. A miracle declared without signature contaminates the room with merriment, and merriment invites thinking, and thinking invites shapes that bargain in whispers familiar as childhood but wearing teeth. So miracles are embargoed until paperwork kisses them chaste, and chaste kisses are easy to display beside reliquaries without implying that desire ever existed. Everything else is hallucination with delusions of choreography, and choreography without ecclesial patronage is treason performing in shoes too loud for sacred floors. Heresy tribunals rid minds by listening to grammar, a craft older than ink and crueler than rope, because a sentence that pauses incorrectly confesses where knives might best be placed. Witnesses are urged to weep only on assigned measures, for tears stain parchment with unhelpful geometry when allowed to improvise upon verdicts pretending to be benevolence. The accused are asked whether the voices tithed, whether the visions genuflected, whether the nightmares prefaced their demands with honorifics approved for entities petitioning politely. Answers determine whether the body receives medicinal fire or encourages silence, two sacraments that differ only in their preferred color of smoke. The ecclesiarchy's hospitals are chapels with drains, corridors lined with scriptures that look like arteries if you stare too long while pretending you are not staring at all. Patients submit to sanctified restraint, leather kissed by deacons before buckles click like affirmative doctrine around wrists that cannot stop applauding what terror has taught them. A medic adept murmurs that the mind is a liturgical instrument poorly tuned and tuning forks are dipped in oil, which smells comfortingly like altars warmed by gentle extinguishers. Some leave walking straighter, humming approved melodies, others leave as lighter smoke leaving heavier lessons, and the ward's census remains correct because numbers cannot be accused convincingly. On pilgrimage days, banners swim across boulevards like bright schools of frightened fish pretending the sea is merciful to things that taste of thread and history. Priests bless the crowd's momentum, transforming jostling into devotion, turning unsteady breath into chorus, baptizing perspiration until it qualifies as holy and taxable. A woman collapses, laughing at angels invisible to all but the tremor traveling through the crowd, and ushers move with practiced tenderness that looks exactly like cages wearing gloves. She is carried toward a side door that knows every joy's aftermarket price, while the choir modulates upward to erase the sound her ankles made against the lintel. Canon lawyers draft anthems that double as warrants, abridging compassion into footnotes shaped like iron, reminding the pious that exemptions are curses disguised as petitions for kindness. They cite precedents where cities survived because mercy arrived late and inefficiently, proving by neat arithmetic that smoke secures more tomorrows than embraces ever financed reliably. Their quills scratch like controlled bonfires, elegant sparks invisible to laity. But the ash drifts softly into mouths that accept doctrine as whether the body should not question while breathing. The weather continues regardless, and the city remains upright, and the ledger balances upon backs trained to interpret pain as punctuation in poetry that refuses to end prematurely. Processional reliquaries visit labor brigades where machines roar like choirs without tongues, and foremen bark catechisms at volume sufficient to disinfect doubt before it requires expensive interventions. A worker raises his head too fast, claiming he hears the saint's skull explain the mathematics of forgiveness in numbers only knives understand completely. The priest smiles with the professionalism of bridges, then signals discreetly to the escort whose boots conjugate verbs of removal without misplacing accents, where compassion once maintained vowels. The machine does not pause because pauses invite questions, and questions purchase hours that budgets cannot invoice without embarrassing senior auditors who prefer miracles that are reconciled by lunchtime. Novitiates learn a taxonomy of trembling, cataloging shivers into categories of prayerful, performative, and prosecutable, their notebooks smelling like damp wool and chalk that pretends to be ivory. They practice hearing lies shaped like gratitude, mercy shaped like theater, terror shaped like honesty, and they are graded on how often their guesses align with fires that look authoritative. When they graduate, their throats remember exactly how many syllables fit between flint and flame without encouraging panic to develop unapproved harmonies. Their masters applaud, then whisper that applause is dangerous unless focused downward into pages designed to forget the fingerprints that taught them how to turn. In the underhives where sermons are rationed like air, itinerant confessors exchange absolution for testimonies packaged as warnings about neighbors whose nightmares mispronounce the emperor's titles. The barter is efficient because hunger loves any market that smells convincingly of stew even when the bowl contains purified absinthe spooned carefully. Sometimes a confessor hears something that looks like pity attempting to speak, and he coughs loudly until the throat forgets how to risk the embarrassment of compassion's timing. The ledger gains another line that looks like safety from a respectful distance, and the distance grows until memory can walk without limping near it. Feast days require miracles with receipts, and the ecclesiarchy prefers spectacles that leave manageable ruins while confirming for auditors that faith still prints bountifully on banners reusable after ashes are swept. A procession pauses before a poorhouse singing too beautifully, and the priest orders a hymn transposed downward to remind joy who sponsors it, while incense corrects the air's pronunciation. In the crowd, a man claims the saint winked, then cries that the wink requested improper choreography, and ushers kindly usher him toward a doorway rumored to specialize in dignified exits. The choir swells until the rumor cannot be heard over brass, and brass is the most obedient of metals when asked to imitate inevitability with cheerful discipline. When entire parishes begin dreaming the same doorway, the ecclesiarchy prints pamphlets instructing believers how to exit rooms without stepping through metaphors that resemble invitations wearing perfumed ropes. The pamphlets conclude with Emergency Litany 6, which is a fire disguised as a paragraph until a deacon reads it slowly in the correct direction. Streets brighten briefly, and the city remembers how to pretend it believes in sunlight without demanding evidence ugly enough to ruin commemorative glass. The doorways keep dreaming, but dreams cannot file complaints once their witnesses were shepherded into hymns that blot signatures with gigantic choruses. A bishop's crozier is a shepherd's hook for minds curled to retrieve strays from cliff edges built from high notes and poor ventilation, useful when hallucinations audition as choirs. Bishops practice the rescue with elegance that resembles rescue even when the flock continues over, explaining mid-plunge that gravity will be catechized tomorrow by sterner priests. The crozier gleams regardless, and the parade continues, and the city applauds because the hook is beautiful in weather favorable to banners that learn to smile convincingly. Beauty proves doctrine sufficiently for those who must work early, and early shifts do not require belief when schedules have already volunteered to sing. When the Inquisition knocks, the ecclesiarchy opens with prayers already folded into legal shapes, edges crisp, signatures pre-weeped by novices, trained to fear untidy ink more than midnight. They coordinate purges with choreography that flatters all protagonists, ensuring the flames appear to bow politely before altars, while simultaneously eating the names stitched into pew cushions. Afterward, the bishop announces a miracle of stability, defined as the city remaining where yesterday left it, which pleases everyone who dislikes learning the taste of relocation. Stability receives applause measured into transportable containers, and containers stack neatly, and stacked applause is a commodity civilized governments admire until someone coughs questions into it. The ecclesiarchy never says madness, it says impurity of doctrine, misalignment of devotion, liturgical error escalating to treason by diagram, and because errors are corrected rather than pitied, the correction is swift, the pity delegated to candles that look empathetic while dying on schedule. The faithful accept the grammar, because grammar feels like guardrails when fog makes cliffs indistinguishable from choruses holding long notes expertly. Guardrails rattle sometimes, but rattling can be harmonized, and harmonies convince crowds their fear is participation rather than payment extracted at reliable intervals. In private vestries where incense hangs like negotiations, senior clerics count cities spared by timely conflagrations, and the arithmetic balances, and balance absolves and absolution believes it is a song. They drink sanctified water that tastes faintly of smoke and absolve each other's coughs with smiles that remember nobody sleeps easily. After coordinating mercy with logisticians, outside, The poor light candles whose soft catastrophes comfort children who will never learn arithmetic unless fingers are subtracted to fund it. The night continues, humming obediently, and the bells remember which hour belongs to ash and which to wake without encouraging imagination to request a different schedule. Thus the ecclesiarchy keeps the galaxy aligned with hymns nailed to thresholds, with sacraments sharpened into silhouettes that discourage wandering thoughts from filing lawsuits against reality. Its priests hold the line where psychers tremble, where soldiers stutter, where mothers dream of unlabeled angels, and they enforce silence with music because music forgives knives by making them dance. In their doctrine, sanity is devotion performed at the appointed tempo, and any mind that improvises becomes heresy shaped like jazz played by unlicensed lungs. Heresy must be converted into warmth for the faithful, and warmth is what pyres do most affordably when winter wears faces learned during funerals. The faithful leave services lighter, untroubled by decisions they no longer need to practice, carrying home pamphlets teaching doorways, appropriate manners for households unprepared to host miracles unsupervised. Those who tremble too beautifully do not leave, and their absence is the cathedral's secret hymn, an undertone beneath the organ promising that tomorrow will continue if tonight remains obedient. And in that promise the masses sleep, their dreams edited by litanies, their doubts sanded smooth by candles that sculpt darkness into statues posing as safety for tired eyes. Morning arrives punctually, as it always does where bells are paid, and the city wakes to breathe doctrine that smells like bread when ovens are funded generously. So the ecclesiarchy stands, a wall of choirs holding back the sea with harmonies and accelerants, declaring with immaculate certainty that madness is merely doctrine refusing to kneel. Knees are corrected, voices tuned, names rewritten into smoke, and the faithful thank the flames for choosing to sound like hymns while performing the oldest arithmetic. The ledger balances, the statues smile, the bells agree, and the priests close the book gently upon a day that behaved acceptably under supervision. Somewhere a confessional door clicks, and a whisper falls silent forever, and the silence is catalogued as virtue because nothing protested in a tone unsuitable for archives. In the Imperium's catechism, insanity wears a heresy's mask because masks are useful, and useful things are holy when many people survive after agreeing to their shape. And if survival must be purchased with ash, the ecclesiarchy remembers the recipe for incense that persuades the ash to call itself perfume long enough to bless the street. The faithful breathe deeply, accept the price, and march in time. For marching in time is proof that minds have learned how to live without improvising unbudgeted echoes. Tomorrow the bells will ring again, and the city will answer correctly, and the difference between devotion and dread will remain politely undefined for the safety of everyone. The Imperium does not execute in silence. It executes in spectacle, turning every bolt round and every flame into a sermon, reminding all who watch that madness is not weakness, but treason, not illness, but heresy, not private, but public, contagious, unless cauterized in sight of all. Whole, seasoned, Zu, Lul. Executions are not justice. They are instruction, performances staged for the terrified faithful, theater written in blood and fire, teaching that the mind is no one's possession but the emperor's, and once it trembles, it must be sacrificed to preserve those still standing. In trench lines, the ritual is swift but deliberate. The condemned is dragged before the regiment, stripped of insignia, shackled in black iron, head bowed beneath banners stiff with mud. The commissar reads charges in tones flat as stone, hallucinations spoken aloud, whispers repeated too often, laughter at wrong hours, dreams confessed without permission. The man begs, sometimes swearing loyalty, pleading innocence, but pleas are never answered. The verdict was written, the moment suspicion rose, and the pistol rises as punctuation, not question. The bolt cracks, skull fragments scatter like punctuation marks, and the regiment learns in silence that mercy is not survival, survival is not pity, pity is heresy. In hive cities the ritual is louder, staged in plazas where statues of saints loom with stone eyes unblinking. Loudspeakers summon citizens from work and prayer, ordering attendance, for attendance is participation, and participation is loyalty. The accused are paraded onto scaffolds or stages, escorted by arbites in armor that reflects fear back at the crowd. Priests intone hymns, choirs sing litanies of purity, incense thickens the air until lungs ache. Then the accused is displayed, trembling, weeping, or silent, and the priest declares that madness has no place among the faithful, that doubt is poison, that weakness is contagion. Fire is lit beneath their feet, flames swallowing screams, and the crowd chants approval because silence would be suspicion, suspicion would be guilt, guilt would be death. Children are always brought to the front, lifted upon shoulders, forced to see what awaits those who tremble. They are told this is duty, that witnessing teaches faith, that the emperor smiles upon eyes unflinching. But what it teaches most is fear, carved into young faces like scars that never fade, ensuring the lesson endures for generations, that insanity is not endured but burned, that compassion kills, that obedience is the only survival. On shrine worlds the executions are woven into holy festivals, blending devotion and death so seamlessly that pilgrims cheer pyres as though they are fireworks. Madmen are tied to stakes carved from cathedral beams, torches dipped in sanctified oils, and choirs time their voices to the crackling of bones. The fire rises as banners unfurl, bells toll, cannons salute, and the city rejoices, believing it has witnessed salvation. The smell of burning flesh drifts across plazas like incense, and priests declare the emperor's will has been done, though the faithful know in their hearts it was fear, not divinity, that burned. On void ships, the ritual is harsher, more clinical, but no less deliberate. The insane are dragged to airlocks, their crimes read by ship's priests, their eyes covered so they cannot stare at stars as if stars were invitations. Then the lever is pulled, and they are ejected into void, bodies spinning silently into blackness, condemned souls frozen between worlds. The crew watches on deck screens, silent, terrified, praying the emperor shields their own thoughts from cracks, knowing the only shield is obedience. The Inquisition elevates execution to theater more terrifying than any other. When they purge the insane, they do it in absolute silence, halls filled with acolytes cloaked in black, chanting no hymns, only breathing like machinery. The condemned is questioned once, twice, and then flames blossom without warning, bodies collapsing before words of protest can be spoken. The lesson is sharper because it offers no drama, no delay, no spectacle, only absolute erasure, a message that madness deserves not even the dignity of performance. The Imperium insists executions are mercy, but mercy here is not kindness, it is containment, it is instruction, it is infection burned before it can multiply. The dead are not mourned, not named, not remembered. Their ashes are scattered into pits, their names struck from ledgers, their families told only that loyalty has been preserved. The pyres are not for the condemned, they are for the living, proof that fear is still stronger than sympathy, proof that obedience remains absolute. Oh! And so, across trenches and hives, void ships and shrines, the executions continue, endless, necessary, merciless. Each fire is another sermon, each bolt another hymn, each airlock another scripture, and the Imperium endures, not through compassion, not through hope, not through faith alone, but through endless purging of minds too fragile to hold their own weight. For in the Imperium, madness is not permitted to survive, not permitted to speak, not permitted even to die privately. It must be killed in public, displayed, punished and erased, so that the lesson burns deeper than fire, deeper than silence, deeper than memory itself. And the lesson is always the same. Insanity is treason, treason is death, and death must be witnessed to be believed. The death corps of Krieg are not like other regiments. They do not tolerate weakness, they do not indulge pity, they do not question orders, and above all they do not endure cracks of the mind, for to them the very thought of hesitation is treason, the faintest trace of madness is contagion, and contagion is fire. In the trenches they build, where mud is deeper than memory and wire sings in the wind like teeth dragged across glass. There is no mercy for bodies that falter, and far less for minds that wander, because every soldier knows that to hesitate even once is to invite collapse of the line, and the line is sacred, more sacred than flesh, more sacred than faith, more sacred even than the emperor's name carved into stone. Other regiments may whisper of comrades who lost themselves to fear, who muttered prayers too loudly, who laughed at shadows when no shadows stood nearby. The death corps do not whisper, they do not hesitate. The commissar's pistol is unnecessary, for every soldier of Krieg carries his own verdict in his lasgun stock, his bayonet, his spade sharpened not only for soil but for throats, and when a man cracks, the one beside him ends him before the madness spreads. No hesitation, no discussion, no regret. This is not cruelty but survival, and survival to the death corps is not measured in years or days, but in obedience, in silence, in certainty. They were born from a world that killed itself in nuclear fire, a world that burned its own sanity long before the Imperium reclaimed it, and from that ash was born a doctrine absolute. Weakness is death, hesitation is death, madness is death, and death itself is nothing to fear, so long as obedience remains pure. I have seen them fight in silence, entire companies advancing into artillery storms without a word, their gas masks hissing like iron lungs, their eyes black glass hiding whatever thoughts may still flicker behind bone-white helmets. To march beside them is to march beside corpses who have not yet stopped walking, corpses who kill not for survival, but because obedience is survival, and to disobey even the thought of fear is to invite erasure. Once, during the siege of Destrol Hive, a guardsman from another regiment collapsed beside the death corps line, screaming at voices in the rubble. His comrades tried to restrain him, begged him to hold steady, prayed for silence. The death corps did not pray. They raised rifles, fired in unison, and left his body in the mud without pause, marching over him as if he had never lived. To them he had not, for madness had erased him already, and corpses are not worth remembering. The death corps do not record names of the broken, do not send notices to families, do not mark graves. Every trench is grave enough, every spadeful of dirt a tombstone, every silence an epitaph. They know memory itself is dangerous, that to remember madness is to allow it to echo, and echoes kill regiments faster than shells. Their priests do not speak of mercy, their commissars do not shout of loyalty, their officers do not waste words on faith. The only creed is obedience, the only ritual is sacrifice, the only sermon is silence, and in that silence, madness cannot spread, because madness requires witnesses, and the death corps refuse to bear witness to anything but duty. Some call them inhuman, some call them machines, some call them already dead. Perhaps all are true, but in truth, they are simply the embodiment of the Imperium's creed made flesh, that sanity is duty, duty is obedience, obedience is survival, and survival is the only faith that matters in a galaxy where the warp waits patiently for cracks. Their intolerance of weakness is not cruelty, but clarity, for they have seen their world burn itself insane, seen cities crumble under paranoia, seen families kill themselves in silence, and they swore never again. They were remade in fire and ash, and from that fire came soldiers who do not falter, who do not question, who do not survive as men but endure as weapons, sharpened against the very thought of failure. The death corps tolerate no weakness of the mind, because to them, weakness is the one enemy greater than Xenos, greater than heretics, greater than daemons. For Xenos can be killed, heretics can be purged, daemons can be banished, but weakness multiplies silently, invisibly, and once it spreads, no army can stand, no world can survive, no Imperium can endure, and so they stand eternal, in trenches filled with corpses, in fields poisoned with ash, in silence, deeper than prayers, the death corpse of Krieg, whose creed is carved into every bullet and every breath. There is no tolerance for weakness, there is no mercy for madness, there is no survival for the broken. In their world, in their creed, in their silence, Insanity is not punished, it is erased. There are times when the Imperium mistakes madness for weakness, hallucination for exhaustion, delusion for cowardice, and a bolt round is fired into a skull that never truly cracked, only trembled, only faltered, only needed silence and sleep. But far more terrible are the times when the Imperium believes a man is merely mad, when it believes the laughter is human, the whispers are delusions, the visions are dreams, when in truth the mind is no longer his own, but a doorway opened, a threshold breached, a hollow vessel filled with voices that do not belong. Chaos taint is not always a daemon bursting from flesh, or a cultist screaming in alleys. Sometimes it is subtle, soft, indistinguishable from insanity until the damage is already complete. A guardsman mutters in the dark, claiming he hears his mother's voice in the trenches, and comrades whisper that he is cracked. Another victim of endless war, another mind broken by silence. But when the regiment begins to hear the same voice, when the mother speaks in unison through 50 mouths, when her words summon shadows that claw the air, then they realize too late that this was never madness. It was possession disguised as trembling. The warp wears insanity like a mask, testing voices and shapes until one fits perfectly into the cracks of a soldier's mind. Madness is camouflage, possession the true infection. And when the disguise is believed too long, the infection spreads from one man to squads, from squads to platoons, until regiments dissolve not in paranoia but in worship, kneeling in trenches to voices they once mocked. On Jerek's moon, the 19th Cadian fought cultists for months before discovering there had been no cultists at all. Men claimed to see enemies in the dark, firing rifles into shadows, and officers dismissed them as unstable, executing dozens for cowardice. But when the ground itself began to chant, when the trenches moaned with words no human tongue could shape, when executed soldiers rose with mouths still screaming, then the truth bled through. The madness was never theirs, it was the warp's, and every shot had only fed it. This is why the Inquisition fears insanity more than heresy. Heresy can be named, can be purged, can be tracked to banners and leaders, but madness is too intimate, too silent, too soft, and when madness is possession in disguise, the infection is already deeper than fire can reach. You cannot tell where the soldier ends and the daemon begins, where the hallucination ends and the taint begins, where the laughter is human, and where it is the warp rehearsing its chorus. The Arbites hold trials, the commissars fire pistols, the ecclesiarchy lights pyres, but none of these are cures, only delays, only cauterizations, only rituals designed to assure the living that the infection has been stopped. Yet every purge leaves survivors who still hear voices in sleep, who still dream of names not their own, who still weep at shadows shaped too perfectly to be accidents. The taint remains, hiding, waiting, whispering, until the next crack opens and the mask is worn again. The greatest tragedy is that not all possession is violent. Some are seductive, comforting, gentle. A guardsman dreams of peace, fields of home, his wife's voice, his children's laughter, and he wakes smiling, believing the Emperor has blessed him. But when his smile spreads across the regiment, when others dream the same dreams, when voices of loved ones call them into the fog, then joy itself becomes the snare, and they walk willingly into the embrace of chaos, convinced they are walking home. This is how entire regiments vanish without a shot fired, how whole hive districts walk calmly into darkness, singing hymns that are not theirs, praising gods they do not know by names that taste sweet upon their tongues. To the Imperium, it looks like madness, mass hysteria, psychosis, but those who understand whisper the truth. This is possession, and possession wears sanity's skin until it is too late. The Ordos Malleus teach their acolytes to burn not only the mad but all who tremble too closely, to silence not only the possessed but all who may have heard their voices. For possession is not merely individual, it spreads like plague, carried on sound, on thought, on memory. To speak with the possessed is to risk becoming them. To remember their words is to risk repeating them. And repetition is worship, and worship is fuel for gods that never sleep. So the bolt pistols crack, the pyres roar, the archives burn, and still the taint lingers, because it does not come from outside but from within, from cracks in the human mind too fragile to hold against whispers that never stop. And once the mind breaks, it is no longer madness, it is a doorway, and doorways never close once opened. In this galaxy, sanity is not only survival, it is shield, wall, fortress. And when the wall falls, when the fortress crumbles, when the mind shatters, the enemy does not need to attack, it only walks through the door already open. This is why insanity is never tolerated, why madness is never spared, why pity is never given. Behind every trembling man may already stand a god with a smile too wide, waiting patiently to step through his mouth. And when that step comes, it will not be one man's death, but an entire regiments, an entire cities, an entire worlds. The Inquisition does not waste time with pity, nor does it linger upon questions of innocence, nor does it weigh compassion against fear, for in the creed of the throne there is no mercy for broken minds, no forgiveness for trembling voices, no absolution for thoughts that wander too far into the dark. Where a commissar might hesitate for a heartbeat, where an Arbeits magistrate might question once, where a priest might offer one last prayer, the Inquisitor does none of these, for his verdict is always the same. Once the mind fractures, there is no redemption, and the bolt round or the pyre are not punishment but inevitability. The Inquisition knows what others refuse to speak aloud, that madness is not private, it is not silent, it is not contained within the skull of the afflicted, but spreads outward like smoke from a furnace, seeping into comrades, into cities, into worlds. And so the inquisitorial creed is not curative but preventative, not merciful but absolute, for they understand that to spare one trembling voice is to risk an entire regiment's silence, to spare one dreamer is to risk a world's damnation. Their verdict is delivered without hesitation, without debate, without delay. Acolytes drag the accused into torchlight, chains heavy with seals that hum against flesh, eyes blinded with waxen cloth, mouths gagged with sigils, and even so the whispers often seep through. The Inquisitor listens only long enough to confirm fracture, to hear syllables bent too far, laughter lingering too long, eyes darting too quick, and then the bolt pistol rises, the trigger cracks, and the skull shatters like a seal broken. And in that moment the Inquisitor does not see a man but a doorway closed, a breach sealed, a contagion stopped before it spreads. On the world of Calith, I watched Inquisitor Seric lead a purge of an entire regiment after a single guardsman began laughing during mass. The laughter spread, soldiers chuckling nervously, then hysterically, until the choir itself faltered. Seric asked no questions. Within hours the regiment was ringed with Arbeits flamers, priests singing hymns as the trenches were turned into furnaces. 10,000 burned because one man's mind cracked, but Seric's words carried no doubt. Better 10,000 ashes than one whisper surviving to echo. This is the inquisitorial logic. The mind is not a fortress, it is a breach waiting to collapse, and once collapsed it cannot be rebuilt, cannot be mended, cannot be trusted again. The Emperor demands purity, and purity is indivisible. Fracture once, and the whole is corrupted. Thus redemption is not possible, for redemption would require trust, and trust in a fractured mind is death disguised as charity. There are tales of inquisitors who tried mercy, who spared psychers trembling but loyal, who shielded guardsmen broken by grief, who allowed priests to continue sermons despite whispers. Those tales always end in fire, in worlds collapsing, in armies slaughtered, in daemons rising. The lesson is repeated endlessly in inquisitorial training. Mercy is heresy, pity is betrayal, forgiveness is fuel for the warp. And so the bolt pistol rises quicker with each case, until even hesitation is erased, until the verdict is instinct. The verdict is also theater, for inquisitors know their executions are watched, whispered, remembered. When they burn the insane in plazas, when they decapitate the trembling in trenches, when they erase psychers in silence aboard ships, the message spreads faster than the contagion would have. The people learn the creed without needing catechisms. Fracture is death, no matter how small, no matter how loyal, no matter how faithful. The ecclesiarchy may preach that faith redeems, that the emperor's light restores, that prayer heals, but the Inquisition preaches with fire, with bullets, with silence. Their sermon is not hope but certainty, once broken, always broken, and that certainty is what keeps worlds trembling but obedient, for obedience is the only shield left when mercy is erased. I recall the purge of Hive Luthrax, where 500,000 citizens were gathered for sanity trials after Vox records carried whispers across districts. Hos Inquisitor did not ask which voices were real, which hallucinations, which lies. He asked only one question: who here has doubted? The silence was total, but silence itself was guilt. The purge began at dawn, flamers turned upon crowds, screams rising like hymns until only ash remained. The official record listed cult activity suppressed, but those who survived in shadows whispered another truth. The Inquisitor had not purged heresy. He had purged madness, and to him they were the same. This is the ultimate verdict of the Inquisition, carved into every execution, sealed in every archive, whispered in every trench. The mind cannot be trusted once it falters. A broken thought is not repaired. It is a seed, and seeds grow, and the warp waters them with whispers until gardens of heresy bloom where only cracks once were. The only cure is fire. The only forgiveness is silence. The only redemption is death. And so the Inquisitor stands eternal, pistol heavy, eyes unflinching, verdict certain. He does not hesitate. He does not pity. He does not mourn. For him the insane are not victims, but weapons turned inward. Enemies hidden in the skulls of allies, contagion wearing familiar faces, and weapons that turn inward must be destroyed, allies that fracture must be erased, faces that smile with whispers must be burned until bone is dust. This is the inquisitorial creed. There is no redemption once the mind fractures. There is only silence, only fire, only ash, and in that ash lies the survival of the Imperium, endless, merciless, unflinching. There is a cruelty at the heart of imperial survival that few dare name aloud, a blade honed on paradox and wiped clean with sanctioned forgetting after the necessary blood dries. Sometimes the man who shivers, mutters, and stares too long into corners is not failing, not fracturing, not inviting the warp, but glimpsing it honestly while the rest of us worship ignorance. The regiment lives because his terror points the muzzle correctly in the dark, yet when morning arrives the commissar cannot allow the lesson to become precedent, so the teacher is erased. Truth, in the 41st millennium, is not a virtue but a contaminant, and the only safe truth is the kind that arrives pre-approved, lacquered in litanies, measured in homilies that fit on banners. Any truth that comes raw, screaming, unwashed, inconvenient, or smelling of ozone and grave earth is classified as madness, even when it saves lives, especially when it saves lives too convincingly. For convincing proof of unsanctioned sight invites imitation, and imitation invites collapse, and collapse always walks with friends who laugh behind other people's eyelids while counting breaths impatiently. On Dregoth Ridge, a conscript named Havel woke 3 nights running, insisting the enemy sappers were already beneath the forward trench, enumerating distances like rosary beads with mud under his fingernails. The sergeant beat him for panic, the priest anointed him for perseverance, the squad mocked him for borrowing courage from nightmares, and the earth politely shook exactly where he pointed. Men flinched, shifted firing arcs, mined the suspected ground, and when darkness broke open like a rotten drum the charges met tunnels neatly, and 1,000 heretics died in molten geometry. At dawn the regiment cheered its preparedness, thanked discipline, praised catechism, honored the emperor's providence, and refused to name the boy who had done all the counting with sleepless eyes. Havel laughed once, eyes rimmed in salt, then flinched at a silence nobody else heard, and everyone around him felt the shiver of seeing a rule writing itself in present tense. The commissar called him forward, reminded the line that prophecy requires license, and licensed prophecy requires seals, and sealed things require spaces without witnesses, and witnesses complicate paperwork unnecessarily. Havel died quickly, devoutly, efficiently. The trench absorbed the extra heat like a stove taught good manners, and the platoon learned to thank the emperor in the right order again. For the paradox tolerates a single impossible survival but never its author, because authorship implies responsibility, and responsibility implies precedent, and precedent tempts the weak to consult vision over orders. Orders keep the walls standing, visions invite doors, and doors are traitors with hinges polished by whispers that prefer hands which tremble convincingly when judged in public. On a pilgrim barge skirting a half-mapped tempest, a voidsman started humming course corrections before the navigator winced, his shoulders ticking to invisible constellations like bones counting mathematics aloud. The captain nearly spaced him for insolence, then noticed the warp sheen slide away obediently when the humming rose a note, as if the storm recognized the tune as an old debt. They lived through the passage. The hymns to the Astronomicon were beautiful, the navigators slept without teeth grinding, and the voidsman smiled as if his mouth believed in quiet endings. Dockside, the ship's confessor submitted a tasteful report praising discipline, condemning unauthorized melodies, and recommending that gratitude be delivered in 2 parts, back pay for the crew and vacuum for the improviser. The airlock obeyed like a liturgy read backward, the crew saluted emptiness, as if it wore medals, and the paradox closed its ledger without smudging any sanctified columns. Better to lose one throat, the captain murmured, than to teach a choir that humming can replace charts, and the choir agreed because agreeing is safer than learning harmony unsupervised. In Hive Nath, a beggar woman with glass beads for teeth began listing building numbers in a voice like a broken metronome that still keeps correct time for funerals. She spoke of bolts she had never touched, and supports only engineers named properly in ledgers. She warned of a collapse that would arrive during Vespers between 2 polite bells. Arbites detained her for loitering at the edge of predictions, then released her after the first bell convinced the sergeant to inspect the substructure purely to demonstrate professional skepticism. When the floor fell, the congregation was already in the square, surprised and grateful, attributing rescue to emergency drills remembered from posters printed in comforting fonts that avoid sharp letters. The woman smiled, then coughed laughter that did not belong to poverty, and the ecclesiarchy recommended redistribution of gratitude toward altar maintenance and redistribution of the woman toward an enclosed flame. Everyone agreed, because gratitude without choreography resembles heresy rehearsing, and rehearsal costs candles, and candles are measured, and measurements hate improvisation like children hate medicine with correct dosages. These rescues prove nothing to the men who tally survival, except the necessity of pruning messengers whose methods cannot be mass-produced without encouraging thought to travel without stamped tickets. The paradox is precise. The Imperium needs the occasional madman to twitch exactly where death waits, but it cannot afford a world where twitching becomes consultation. So it celebrates outcomes, erases catalysts, and teaches the living that salvation arrives only through obedience, even when memory knows a tremor drew the map before orders arrived. Psychers live nearest this wound, sanctioned edges humming as they balance on razors sharpened with official hope and unofficial terror that tastes of copper through clenched teeth. Sometimes their warnings arrive before seals are warmed, accurate and uncomfortably shaped like gratitude begging to be written into a manual that would breed 1,000 forbidden footnotes. The ordos permit usefulness, then destroy the proof. The wardens praise vigilance, then remove the vigilant. The regiment survives, then forgets loudly enough to keep tomorrow from asking embarrassing questions. Soldiers tell stories anyway because stories are how lungs exhale what they cannot confess to chaplains without borrowing additional ropes for the sacristy's tidier outcomes. They speak of a trooper who shot the shadow moving inside a friend's shadow, and of the friend thanking him with a voice that hated bones and calendars. They speak of a listener who heard Auspec's ghosts tapping coordinates through static, and of the artillery that obliged, and of the listener's name dissolving on the next day's duty roster. Why erase the ones who save us? A recruit once asked a sergeant whose face looked like a trench diagram with mud where laughter should live honorably. Because we save more by erasing them, the sergeant answered, and the recruit nodded the way men nod when choosing between air that burns and water that drowns at agreeable temperatures. The answer fits the war like a spine fits armor, uncomfortable, necessary, impossible to remove without falling into shapes that enemies enjoy stepping on while practicing cheerful posture. The paradox seduces because it works, because worlds persist, because regiments reform where banners inhaled smoke yesterday and look steady today while pretending stitching never remembers screams. But it also corrodes, shaving slivers from souls until the mirror shows a face that understands rescue as prelude to execution and calls the sequence sensible with tidy handwriting. Men learn to turn away from anyone who sees too clearly, lest the light reflecting from those eyes brand their foreheads with inconvenient arithmetic visible to supervisory angels. There are times the Inquisition weaponizes the paradox deliberately, instructing acolytes to harvest a madman's map before the candle completes its job in the next room quietly. The acolytes obey, returning with coordinates, drawings, names, dreams, and the appropriate ash. Then they vow never to admire accuracy when it refuses to wear uniforms respectfully. Truth without livery is treason, their tutor says, and they write it down, and the ink shines like oil, and oil always knows which engines deserve hunger. Even victory parades remember this arithmetic, which is why banners list saints and commanders, while the crowd forgets the nameless twitch that spared them from becoming tidy statistics. All medals pinned to uniforms that learned where to stand by listening to someone already scheduled for deletion. And the applause lands on the correct chest after passing quietly through a ghost. The ghost thanks no one, because ghosts are efficient, and efficiency endures in archives that smell like prayer and solvents and rooms where windows pretend not to understand horizons. Sometimes late in dugouts, men wonder what the Emperor thinks of this, whether his light prefers obedient blindness to inconvenient sight that keeps candles from wasting themselves foolishly. The chaplain answers that the Emperor prefers survival, and survival prefers tidy ledgers, and tidy ledgers prefer silence around variables that make auditors sweat through vestments. The men accept this, like they accept rations with flavors that describe meat using grammar unfamiliar to livestock, then shoulder rifles, then practice not hearing the accurate tremor in the dark. And yet, beneath all sanctioned forgetting, the paradox hums like a power line in winter, singing to anyone whose teeth know how to vibrate politely, without attracting citations. A few will always see too much, measure too keenly, dream too precisely, and they will always be correct exactly once more than their lifespan can support publicly. The rest of us will live because of them, then live by denying them, then teach our children how to survive without learning the names of people who drew the exits convincingly. If there is mercy anywhere in this arrangement, it hides in the seconds before the shot, when the condemned recognizes that memory will protect the others by erasing his outline. In that breath, the paradox explains itself with kindness sharper than doctrine. Truth is a blade that saves the crowd by cutting its wielder from the story respectfully. The wielder nods, because nodding is free, and the shot is economical, and the trench continues, and the map updates, and the ledger balances, and the choir sings correctly, again. This is why the Imperium survives while appearing to devour its saviors, why sanity remains the only legal light, even when sight arrives from unacceptable angles at necessary hours. The Empire cannot afford seers who are not stamped, prophets who are not chained, truths that are not escorted by choirs with receipts and torches that understand choreography. So it keeps the paradox polished. Sometimes the insane see truly, and when they do we march where they point, survive because they screamed and kill them before the echo learns our names. In the end, the lesson is not comfort but instruction, not hope but procedure, not elegy but maintenance written with ash where ink would ask too many favors. Believe the sanctioned light, ignore the unlicensed flare, step where the trembling finger indicated, then bury the finger under the correct stone, and practice gratitude loudly. For in this age, truth that saves you today will kill you tomorrow, and survival politely insists we schedule the killing before gratitude teaches others to look without permission. When a single soldier trembles, a bolt round suffices. When a squad fractures, a purge of the trench restores order. When a regiment dissolves, the commissariat authorizes silence with fire and steel. But when madness spreads across an entire world, when whispers echo through cities, when hives chant in unison to voices uninvited, when billions wake screaming the same names, then the Imperium answers not with pity or patience, but with mass executions vast enough to erase continents, until the planet itself resembles a grave dug to hide its own heresy. The logic is merciless, yet mercilessness is survival. A world cracked by psychosis is more dangerous than one conquered by Xenos, for Xenos can be fought with weapons, but a world devouring itself in madness cannot be saved, cannot be reasoned with, cannot be trusted, even if it bows. Its only cure is erasure, and erasure arrives in schedules, first the Arbites with their executions in plazas, then the Guard with their purges of districts, then the Inquisition with their final sanction that burns skies and poisons seas. On Hive Mordria, the infection began with dreams. Families woke up laughing at voices no one else heard. Neighbors gathered in streets to share visions. Entire factories halted because workers refused to touch machines that wept oil in grief. At first, Arbites enforced curfews, executing ringleaders, burning hab blocks. But the laughter spread faster than fire. Whole districts chanting in unison, children teaching parents songs they had never learned, songs that sounded too much like hymns but bent on unfamiliar notes. By the time the Inquisition arrived, the hive itself was alive, walls shivering with chants, vents groaning in rhythm with voices. Millions gathered voluntarily in plazas, waiting for an apocalypse they believed was salvation. The Inquisitor gave it to them. Virus bombs, firestorms, the hive consumed in hours, the world scarred beyond habitation. Records marked the planet lost to Xeno incursion, but survivors whispered the truth, that madness had sung too loudly to be ignored, and silence was the only answer. Mass executions are never clean, never ordered, never precise. They are spectacles of despair masquerading as justice, armies firing into crowds too vast to count, flamers sweeping streets until bone glitters beneath ash, priests chanting hymns over corpses, while Arbites tally names with trembling quills. It is not war but harvest, not battle but slaughter, and it leaves scars upon survivors deeper than daemons, scars of watching cities erased not by invasion, but by their own empire's hands. Yet the Imperium calls it mercy. Better to burn billions than to risk one whisper escaping, one infection traveling through void ships to new worlds. Better to erase history than to allow paranoia to multiply. For paranoia spreads without walls, without ships, without weapons. It spreads in memory, in fear, in dreams, and dreams can burn sectors if not silenced early enough. On Dromex Secundus, the executions began with nightly roundups. Families dragged from beds, accused of laughter at wrong hours, executed in public squares. The survivors watched in silence, believing themselves spared, until the next night came and new families were chosen. By the seventh night, silence was no longer obedience but terror so sharp it cut through bone. The Arbites stopped asking questions, stopped listing crimes, stopped reading charges. They simply shot entire hab blocks, torching corpses until streets glowed. Still the infection spread, survivors whispering visions through tears, voices echoing even as lungs burned. At last, orbital fire ended the charade. The world died, not from the enemy, but from fear too contagious to permit survival. Mass executions are not exceptions, they are policy, doctrine, creed. The Imperium knows billions are expendable if their survival threatens trillions, and so worlds burn, cities fall, planets vanish from maps, their names struck from records, their ashes scattered into void. Families weep in silence, priests speak only of loyalty, commissars remind survivors that forgetting is salvation. The executions continue, endless, merciless, and the galaxy survives by burying itself in layers of ash too thick for memory to pierce. And yet survivors remain, always, eyes hollow, voices trembling, remembering chants they dare not repeat, remembering fire they dare not name, remembering that their world did not fall to invasion, but to the Imperium itself. They live in silence, carrying scars heavier than chains, knowing that their survival is itself a crime, for to survive a purge is to carry memory, and memory is contagion. This is the fate of worlds when madness spreads too far. Execution not of thousands, not of millions, but of billions. Erasure, written in orbital fire, silence enforced by virus bombs, ash scattered as scripture. And the Imperium marches on, declaring survival, declaring victory, declaring purity, while in the void, the ashes whisper truths no one dares listen to. The Imperium defines purity not in blood, not in deed, not in thought, but in the fragile ability to remain sane beneath the endless pressure of a galaxy designed to shatter minds like glass under artillery. Purity is not holiness, it is stability. Purity is not innocence, it is obedience. Purity is not light, it is silence against whispers, unbroken recitation of creed, refusal to tremble when shadows lean too close. The loyal man is not the strongest or the cleverest or even the most faithful. He is simply the one who does not break, who does not laugh at wrong hours, who does not dream too vividly, who does not let the cracks show until a commissar notices. This is why the ecclesiarchy preaches that doubt is sin, why the Arbites punish hesitation as crime, why the Inquisition purges hallucination as treason. For in the eyes of the Imperium, sanity is proof of loyalty, and loyalty is survival, and to fracture even once is to betray the throne, as surely as raising a weapon against his servants. Purity is the absence of madness, the absence of cracks, the absence of voices unapproved by doctrine. Anything else is taint, anything else is heresy, anything else is death. The catechisms of purity are taught from birth, drilled into children with hymnals and lashes, each lesson a nail hammered into the mind. Trust your priests, trust your officers, trust your orders, but never trust your dreams, never trust your thoughts if they wander, never trust the silence when it speaks. To remain pure is to remain predictable, and predictability is safety, because safety keeps the machine turning, the regiments marching, the manufactoria burning, the Imperium alive. An individual may fracture, a squad may falter, a hive may scream itself apart, but the Empire survives so long as purity is performed, endlessly, mercilessly, until nothing remains but obedience. I recall the sermons of Confessor Dalric, who preached that purity is not what you are but what you refuse to become. His voice shook halls thick with incense, his words echoed in minds too tired to think, and the faithful nodded, because nodding is survival, and survival is loyalty, and loyalty is sanity, performed with enough conviction to seem true. Yet those who faltered in nodding, those who questioned silently, those who blinked too long at shadows, all vanished within days, their absence explained as transfer, their names erased, their purity judged insufficient. This is why the Imperium equates sanity with loyalty, because madness cannot be controlled, and loyalty is nothing but control made flesh. A sane man obeys even when terrified, even when bleeding, even when watching comrades burn. A madman questions, trembles, falters, and faltering is contagious. Better to die sane and obedient than to live mad and uncertain, for the former strengthens the empire, and the latter weakens it. On Hive Grathos, entire districts were purged because citizens began painting spirals on walls without explanation. The Arbites declared the act heresy, the ecclesiarchy declared it madness, the Inquisition declared it possession. The truth mattered little. What mattered was that the people behaved unpredictably, and unpredictability was impurity, and impurity was disloyalty. So the pyres were lit, streets burned, families silenced, and the hive declared pure again, though its ash whispered spirals to the wind for years afterward. Purity is not virtue, but performance. The Imperium knows this, enforces this, sanctifies this. Men march, not because they believe, but because they must appear to believe, must appear sane, must appear loyal. To appear otherwise is to invite suspicion, and suspicion is guilt, and guilt is death. Thus purity becomes theatre, and theatre becomes survival, and survival becomes doctrine, repeated until even memory forgets it was theatre to begin with. This is why the mad are feared more than traitors. A traitor chooses betrayal, and betrayal can be punished, but madness is betrayal without choice, disobedience without intent, heresy without awareness. And that makes it more dangerous, for it spreads invisibly, silently, through dreams and whispers until entire regiments collapse without a single treasonous oath sworn. Better to kill the broken swiftly than risk their cracks spreading to others. Better to erase entire cities than let doubt grow like fungus in damp walls. The Imperium's definition of purity is merciless because mercy is risk, and risk is death, and death spreads faster when minds are allowed to wander. To survive, one must not only obey, but appear unbroken, not only pray but pray convincingly, not only endure but endure silently. Purity is silence perfected, obedience polished, sanity unyielding. Anything else is fracture, and fracture is treason. And so the Imperium equates sanity with loyalty, not because loyalty heals but because sanity is the last line between man and warp. To falter is to betray, to tremble is to fall, to question is to open the door, and once the door opens, no empire, no regiment, no prayer can close it again. Not every world ends in firestorms, virus bombs, or the thunder of exterminatus. Some fall softly, silently, slipping into absence without orbiting fleets or marching armies, consumed not by enemies but by the voices within, by the laughter behind eyelids, by the shadows beneath words, until there is nothing left but silence too deep for memory to cross. This is the quiet end of madness unchecked, the kind the Imperium fears most of all, because fire can be explained as war, plague can be explained as an accident, rebellion can be explained as heresy, but silence cannot be explained, silence cannot be catalogued, silence cannot be forgiven. On Vera Prime, the Inquisition's records claim a Xeno incursion, yet the survivors whisper a different truth, that no invaders landed, no ships appeared, no armies marched. The collapse began in dreams, spreading like fever, citizens waking with words not their own, streets humming with chants without mouths, factories halting because machines screamed prayers with no operators. Arbites raided hab blocks, executing ringleaders, but the voices multiplied. Priests burned sermons into the air, but the words twisted. Commissars shot hundreds in plazas, but laughter echoed still, disembodied, everywhere. And then, one morning, the entire world stopped. Vox channels are silent. Manufactoria is silent. Cities are silent. Billions vanished as if erased, their voices replaced by a stillness so absolute that even orbiting augurs refuse to return echoes. This is the terror of the quiet end. It does not announce itself with screams. It does not leave survivors to warn. It does not permit memory to cling. It simply silences, consumes, erases, leaving husks of buildings, towers of steel, streets of stone, but no breath, no heartbeat, no trace of life beyond dust. And dust tells no stories, dust carries no creed, dust remembers nothing. The Mechanicus speak of psychic resonance collapse, of worlds where the warp leaks too freely, drowning populations in visions until minds burn out like candles starved of oxygen. The ecclesiarchy calls it divine judgment, punishment for sins unrepented. The Guard calls it mass hysteria. But the Inquisition whispers only one truth: unchecked madness consumes everything, and when it does, even silence is untrustworthy, for silence can lie. On some dead worlds, Auspex readings register voices where no lungs remain, movements where no bodies stand. Prayers whispered in static centuries after the last citizen burned. Ships orbiting such planets report hearing hymns on Vox frequencies long abandoned, laughter rattling through ventilation, whispers muttering from empty airlocks. These are not survivors, they are echoes, fragments of madness etched into the stone itself, reality scarred by voices too loud to vanish. And to set foot on such worlds is to risk becoming part of the echo, repeating words that are no longer yours until silence swallows you too. I once spoke to a veteran of the Mordian 13th, whose regiment was ordered to investigate Hive Solace after all communication ceased. They found streets filled with food rotting on tables, children's toys scattered mid-play, Manufactoria still running with no operators, but not a single person. Not a corpse, not a trace of struggle, nothing but silence thicker than the air. The men camped in the central plaza, and by dawn half of them were gone. No blood, no noise, no resistance. The survivors swore they heard whispers begging them to stay still, to breathe softly, to join the silence. Within a week, no one left the hive alive. The Inquisition declared exterminatus, though the world had already ended. This is what it means when madness spreads unchecked. Not screams, not riots, not fire, but stillness deeper than void. Because when everyone breaks together, there is no one left to scream, no one left to warn, no one left to fight. And without voices, without memory, without witnesses, worlds vanish so completely they may as well have never existed at all. The Imperium fears such endings because they cannot be weaponized. Fire can be explained, riots can be blamed, heresy can be purged. But silence leaves nothing to punish, no scapegoat to burn, no survivors to threaten into obedience. Silence is absence, and absence is heresy, because absence cannot kneel, cannot tithe, cannot obey. And so the Imperium buries such truths beneath lies of invasion, of rebellion, of plague, because to admit the quiet end is to admit fragility, and fragility is the one truth the Imperium cannot allow itself to believe. Yet survivors whisper of such worlds, always in fear, always in shame, always in secrecy. They tell of planets where birds no longer sing, where wind carries no sound, where even footsteps fail to echo. They speak of voices swallowed into silence, mid-sentence, families vanishing while speaking prayers, armies marching into fog and never emerging, their banners falling without a sound. They swear silence is alive, feeding, waiting, and patient, and they beg never to be sent to such places again. The Imperium responds only one way, with denial. The worlds are erased from maps, their names forbidden, their ashes sealed in archives stamped with purity seals. But silence is patient, silence is memory, silence is hunger. And one day, someone will land upon those empty streets again, and hear whispers waiting, and join the stillness, and vanish. This is the truth of the quiet end. Unchecked madness does not scream, it silences. And silence is more terrifying than fire, for fire kills bodies, but silence erases souls, until nothing remains, not even memory, not even ash. The Imperium of man does not forgive madness because it cannot afford to, because in a galaxy where gods of thought and emotion feast endlessly on cracks in the soul, insanity is not weakness but weapon, not illness but invasion, not sorrow but treason disguised in trembling. To fracture is to betray, to tremble is to invite, to hear voices is to open doors, and doors never open alone. They always open outward, into storms of teeth and claws and shadows too eager to enter. For 10,000 years the Imperium has endured not by compassion but by fire, not by mercy but by silence, and in that silence lies the unflinching creed. Insanity is death, and death must come quickly. For hesitation multiplies, pity infects, mercy spreads like fungus until regiments dissolve, cities collapse, worlds vanish into quiet. The galaxy itself whispers proof, trenches filled with soldiers who laughed too loudly, hives burned because voices multiplied, psychers dragged screaming into black ships, entire regiments erased, not by bullets but by fear. The lesson repeats endlessly, etched into every pyre, every bolt round, every exterminatus order. The Imperium survives because it kills the broken, because it erases the trembling, because it buries the insane before their whispers spread. And yet, paradox claws its way through every line of scripture. Sometimes the broken are the only ones who see, sometimes the trembling are the only ones who hear, sometimes the insane are the only ones who understand truths too jagged for sanity to hold. They glimpse shadows where others see fog. They hear claws where others hear silence. They scream warnings before others die quietly. And for this gift, they are purged, silenced, erased, their truths buried in ash beside their bones. The Imperium survives, but it survives by killing those who might have saved it, again and again until history itself is built upon graves of the only eyes that truly saw. This is the horror of the Imperium's creed. Sanity is demanded, sanity is enforced, sanity is equated with loyalty. But sanity is also blindness, a cage where truth is too dangerous to speak, where only ignorance is survival. The Empire survives because it cannot afford to believe its own seers, cannot risk listening to those who see too much, cannot admit that sometimes the mad are not liars but prophets. It survives, but survival is not purity. It is compromise written in blood. It is blindness weaponized into doctrine. It is silence masquerading as victory. And so the cycle endures. A soldier laughs too loudly in trenches, shot. A psyker dreams too vividly in chambers, purged. A priest falters mid-sermon, burned. A world trembles in whispers, erased. Each time the Imperium endures, each time it survives, each time it buries another truth too fragile to repeat. And the galaxy roars on, a stage where sanity is law, madness is death, survival is ash. The truth cannot be denied. Insanity is the truest death sentence in Warhammer 40K. Not because the insane cannot fight, not because they cannot serve, but because the Imperium fears them more than daemons, more than heretics, more than Xenos. For the insane prove how fragile the human mind is, how thin the walls of faith, how easily voices slip into cracks. And fragility cannot be tolerated. Fragility cannot be recorded. Fragility cannot be remembered. It must be burned, silenced, forgotten. And yet, I wonder, when the Imperium burns its mind, when it erases its prophets, when it silences its visionaries, does it not also erase itself, piece by piece, until only obedience remains? An empire without memory is a corpse walking. An army without vision is blind. A faith without question is silence. And silence, as every dead world proves, is not survival. It is the end, waiting patiently, whispering through dust. The galaxy is a graveyard of minds, and the Imperium builds more graves every day, shoveling dirt over anyone who dares to hear differently, see differently, dream differently. It survives, yes, but survival in this age is indistinguishable from death, stretched across centuries, an endless funeral where the choir sings the same hymn forever, while no one dares ask whose coffin it is they guard. In the grim darkness of the far future, insanity is the truest crime, the sharpest contagion, the final heresy. It is punished not because it kills, but because it reveals, and revelation is more dangerous than any daemon, for revelation reminds men how fragile their world truly is. The Imperium cannot survive revelation, and so it survives by fire, by silence, by ash. And you, reader, listener, survivor, you must ask yourself one question. What would you see if you dared to open your eyes where others keep them closed? The Imperium burns those who see too much. Yet what if the truth is still out there, waiting in the dark? Subscribe, and step deeper into the shadows with us, if you dare.